Am I good to start? Yeah? Okay. So welcome. It's Monday, August 3rd. I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is an SAU 19 board meeting at 6:04. If we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we are all here to hear the presentation for the school reopening plan. I have a few logistics to go through, so if you'll just all bear with me. Consistent with Governor Sununu's Executive Order 2020-04, Emergency Order Number 12, SAU 19 board members will be joined in person and via Zoom conference call for the August 3rd, 2020 board meeting. This meeting can be viewed on GTV 16 on demand and will also be streamed live on the GTV YouTube channel. The public notice was posted on July 15th, 2020 at the following locations: Bartlett Elementary School, Goffstown High School, Goffstown Town Hall, New Boston Central School, New Boston Town Hall, New Boston Whipple Free Library, SAU 19 Central Office, and school district websites. I'll need to take attendance for board members, so when I say your name, please indicate if you are in attendance. Heather Trapez. Here. Carrie Jenks. Here. Retta Shaffe. Here. Ginny McKinnon. Here. Bill Schmidt.
Here.
Jared Talbot.
Present.
Thank you. Ellen Bermarkowitz. Here. Tim Stetson.
Here.
Dan Cloutier.
Here.
Thank you. Sam Perrin.
Here.
Janelle O'Brien.
Here.
Susanna Buzzell.
Here.
Rob Witt.
Here.
And Wendy Lambert. I'm here. I just want to begin the meeting by saying thank you to GTV for being so accommodating through this all. It's so great to have everybody be able to watch this and be part of it, so thank you. And to all the administrators, staff, parents, and community members who are part of the reopening plan. The amount of work that's gone into this has been immense. Many long hours have been dedicated to this. A few points with regard to meeting logistics. We obviously have board members here and board members via Zoom. So I'm asking that the presentation be presented to board members and have your questions ready for the end of the presentation. I'll be doing my best to monitor questions and comments. So if you have one, please wait, and I'll just raise your hand and you'll be called on, I promise. Public comment is scheduled for after the presentation. There's a Goffstown School Board meeting directly following this SAU meeting. With that being said, and being sensitive to time, public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per our policy. The duration of public comment is at the discretion of the board chair. When public comment begins, the public is asked to call 603-766-5646 with a participation code of 685562. If you wish to make a public comment, please wait for the chair's instructions and press *9. Your microphone will be unmuted and you will then be directed to state your name and address prior to making your public comment. The public was also given the opportunity to give public comment by emailing denise.morin@sau19.org prior to 4 p.m. today. The board does reserve the right to read your public comment during the meeting. However, any public comment will be included in the official meeting minutes. So with that being said, Brian, I'm going to hand it off to you for the reopening plan.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Lambert. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to be physically with all of you who are able to be here tonight, and to the many administrators here that are at the high school and in the various schools. So what I'd like to do is just give a little bit of clarity, and not unlike the last time we had an SAU board meeting, I do want to just let everyone know that the SAU board is hearing this presentation this evening so that both the Goffstown and New Boston school boards can be together and can discuss and deliberate. The SAU board won't be taking any action this evening. Individual decisions for the Goffstown and New Boston school boards will be made by those individual boards individually. So We are in this room. I'm going to take my mask off just because I'm more than 6 feet away from people, and hopefully you could hear me a little better. So I'd like to give a little bit of an overview, and I'd like to first thank our police and fire chiefs, Chief Brace, Chief McDonald, Chief Serino, and Chief Allard for being with us this evening. And when we get into a little bit of a discussion about the numbers, I really appreciate and welcome our first responders being here, and we've worked really closely with Mr. Horn and Mr. Flynn from Town Hall as well in both Goffstown and New Boston. So what I'd like to do is, Stephen, I'm going to have you queue up the reopening framework as the first piece. But before we get into any of the logistics, I hope that everyone listening and certainly everyone here physically in the room with me understands that safety is and absolutely must remain our top priority. We have to continuously look at the safety of our children as well as our adults, our teachers, our educators, our support staff, and to look and make good, thoughtful, methodical public health decisions about how and in what manner we reopen our schools in Goffstown and New Boston. So Stephen, if you can pull up the framework, please. I'd like to give board members an overview structurally of what you're going to hear this evening. You're familiar with the reopening framework that we presented in May. This framework, when Stephen scrolls down a little bit, is broken into multiple points. Different areas, so if you keep going down, Stephen, we have areas and we have factors. So these include teaching and learning, logistics, health management, facilities. So we're gonna follow this exact same sequence, same exact order in the presentation that you will receive this evening, as well as this framework served as the foundation for individual school plans that were developed at the school level. So everything that we have done in SAU 19 has been logically correlated based on this framework. So this evening, thank you, Stephen. So this evening, I'm going to go through, and we're essentially starting at the beginning of the framework and we're working all the way through it. I will also have an executive summary towards the beginning. So for anyone who's looking for a little bit of a highlight and a sneak peek of what the full presentation will be. So I do want to just let everyone know that this is obviously an incredibly complicated, important decision about what and how to reopen our schools. We're going to put together a number of options for you this evening and to give our recommendation, but I do want everyone to know that many of these options will not be ideal for all students. Remote learning was a struggle for many children. Not all kids can learn in that kind of an environment. And the idea of being physically in person for 5 days, board members need to know that creates an immense challenge for us in Goffstown and New Boston with respect to social distancing, as well as cohort sizing and our ability to deal with elementary schools that are already overcrowded. I cannot emphasize enough. I think everyone in Goffstown and New Boston knows, and we have been saying for years, our enrollment has continued to grow. In fact, just this week, Mrs. Pishka shared with me that she's opening Maple Ave with 32 more students than she anticipated and closed school with last year. So our numbers continue to grow. Many of our classrooms and our schools are old, and as such, the minimum standards per ED 306 in New Hampshire that establish the requirements for classrooms with respect to things like square footage, we don't meet them. So classrooms in Bartlett, none of them meet the required class sizes. So we have smaller classrooms at Maple Ave and some in New Boston as well. So I do want everyone to realize schools that are overcrowded create a significantly more complicated concern for us. I have talked to many superintendents who have had decreasing enrollment, and they're thrilled that they can space out, that they can accommodate all their kids and are able to do a better job with maintaining appropriate social distancing and cohort sizes. In terms of getting kids back to school, I'm not going to debate this. We all know kids need to be back in school. If you're interested in a well thought out argument about why that is, I would direct you to the American Academy of Pediatrics. They have laid out a very succinct argument for why we need to get kids back in school. And I don't disagree with any of that. So I also want to recognize for some families that may have children with underlying health conditions or a family member, they may not be willing to take the risk to send their kids back to school. We have said that we will offer an online only option for parents. Board members, I would just share briefly that the State Board of Ed has changed some of the administrative rules with respect to the Virtual Learning Academy, and the VLAX, as we call it, now goes down to kindergarten. So they got approval for kindergarten through 4th grade. So that will be an option for parents. My preference would be to keep families connected with our schools. We will have a vaccine at some point. Kids will be back to school in some kind of a post-pandemic manner, and we want people to stay connected to us. But we have to recognize that reopening schools comes with risk. I cannot and will not sit here and absolutely give all of you my guarantee that there is no risk with plans that you will be presented with this evening. I think we have to look at balancing that risk, and we have to look at it through how many layers of redundancy we can put in place to protect and support our kids and our staff. Many people believe children are low risk for becoming infected with COVID-19. I will tell you, I don't know that I know that yet. In fact, just this week, we've seen a couple of examples you might have seen in the news over the weekend. There was a sleepaway camp where children, somewhere in the neighborhood of 260 something children out of 300 and something in attendance, children and staff became infected with COVID. So I don't think we truly know what the transmissibility is in children. And I think that unfortunately, we don't have a lot of good examples to look at in terms of what is the level of potential community transmission. On a call today with superintendents, Dr. Chan, who's the state epidemiologist, used as an example the incident where 2 hairdressers were infected with COVID and continued to cut hair for multiple days. They were using that as an example of showing the efficacy of wearing masks. Not that that's a bad example, but we don't have good, hard scientific data for many of the elements that we will be deliberating upon. Now, I do want you to know, in terms of offering a remote-only option, we will be evaluating our ability to offer the full complement of courses here at Goffstown High School. It is possible that we will not be able to offer some electives and some other selective courses, but we will work with families on an individual basis with that. In terms of the transmissibility of COVID, as a school board, you also need to remember and to recognize first and foremost that you are the employer. You are the employer of the SAU and of the Goffstown and New Boston school districts. We aren't just protecting kids. We have to protect our teachers, our support staff, our administrators. If we don't have a workforce, we can't open schools. So I know when we go through this presentation that there will be people who think we are being too careful, too conservative, and that people may want something that's not being proposed tonight. I need to again reiterate that we have to take care of our people. So to date, we've been notified by approximately 20 to 25% of our staff have reached out to our HR department evaluating the need for potential leave of absence or significant accommodations, including the need for childcare. And a little later in the presentation, Mrs. McGrath is going to share more about this. But as the employer, we all need to know that there are federal leave provisions that allow teachers to take leave for up to a certain amount of time and still receive a high percentage of their salary. So then as a school district, we're not only contending with a teacher not being able to work, but then we have to replace that teacher. So there are a lot of complicated dynamics that I need the community to think about, and that this is not simply as easy as a binary choice. We're either open or we're closed. It's not that simple. So, but we'll get into a lot more details about that as we go. We need to have models that are cohesive and flexible. We don't know what we will be dealing with in another week, another month, or another 2 months. We don't know if cases will remain stable in New Hampshire. We don't know if we will learn as schools in other parts of the country open that we see transmissibility occurring within children. We just don't know. So our recommendation that we're going to go through will be to implement a model that has flexibility, and if we have changes in public health circumstances, if we start to see increased community spread while we open schools, that we will need to backtrack. We will need to, hopefully not, but I want everyone to know that we potentially would have to shift back to a remote learning model, and that could be dictated by public health. At this time, it's not going to be dictated, from what we understand, by Governor Sununu or the Commissioner of Education. This is a local decision. Local control is a good thing. A little more guidance on some things, as you'll see we go through, would also be most welcome. So I want to talk about a couple things before I get into the executive summary. What is the criteria to reopen schools? This question remains unanswered. Public health officials have not given school superintendents or school boards a example or different criteria to consider and evaluate to reopen schools. We still haven't gotten it. If that feels a little like deja vu, it should, because on April 15th, I presented to this board our criteria to reopen schools. Mr. Bourget, if I can ask you to pull up that first link for me, please. This document is posted on our website, and April 15th feels like years ago to me in many ways, but I think at the time that we were doing this, so Stephen, if you just go down enough that I can read it all, perfect. So what we had identified in April still remains very applicable, and certainly there might be a few things that I would add. I think testing capabilities, I'll speak to in a little bit, the percentage of positive cases and the ability per 1,000 cases that are administered. So some of these pieces I'll go through, but for the most part, the majority of this set of criteria remains germane to me. The other thing is you're going to receive a plan this evening that's based on phases. Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. Let me give a very general overview, and then when Mrs. Barry and the principals present the first couple parts of the plan, you'll hear more detail and specificity about this. Phase 1, we have looked at as being approximately a 25% occupancy in classrooms and schools. We are looking at mandatory 6-foot spacing between students and staff. We are looking at group sizes and cohort sizes that are 10 or smaller. So this would be your most restrictive level of opening as a phase 1 type overview. And again, there's a little more criteria to this, everybody, but I'm just trying to give the real big picture gestalt of all this. Phase 2 is approximately a 50% capacity opening. It maintains a 3 to 6 foot spacing between all students. 6 foot is what's preferred, but it does allow for cohort sizes that would be larger than 10. So we're then getting into the class sizes that would be more in the 12 to 14, 15 type range. And then for phase 3, we're looking at, oh, and I should have said for phase 2, you're looking at group sizes that are less than 50. And when we move into phase 3, at that point, we're looking at approximately 75% of our occupancy being on site or available to be on site with us. We're looking at 3-foot social distancing, not 3 to 6. And we're looking at cohort sizes that have the ability to be greater than 50. So those are some of the factors that we look at. Now, how do we move between the phases? Again, these are examples of things that it would have been incredibly helpful for public health officials to give more specific criteria for school districts to discover, to realize, to evaluate, but alas, we don't have that. So Stephen, you can close that one if you would. And in terms of moving between the phases of the plan, we work very, very closely, and you can see this evening, I'd like to thank our police and fire chiefs for being here, as well as our town administrators that we work very closely with and other public health officials. We talk every week. We meet, we look at the data, we look at the numbers, we look at them in New Hampshire, and more localized, we look at them in Goffstown and New Boston. So let's do that. Let's take a look at the numbers. So Stephen, if you can click on the link that says internationally, nationally, this is going to pull up a map from Johns Hopkins University. And Stephen, if you start, let's look in the top left-hand side, you can see worldwide, we're looking at over 18 million confirmed cases of COVID. The United States of America has 4.7 million cases. We are obviously significantly above, at this point in time, the rest of the world with the number of cases. Now, Stephen, if you keep your mouse right where you are and you start to scroll down a little bit, I'd like people to recognize that the Commissioner of Education and other officials are using some countries, and you can stop on Germany, are using some primarily European countries as models of how we can look at how they have opened schools. So you can see Germany, the entire country of Germany, which of course is not very large, but they had a total of 212,000 cases. They had a spike, they stabilized, and they flattened the curve. So if you keep going down, Stephen, as we keep going, Sweden is one that comes up, as is Israel. And if we keep going down a little more, we're going to get to the Netherlands, and we're going to get to Denmark at some point in time. Denmark is a little further down still. These countries are not a good example of how to open the United States as a whole. They are, however, I think, good examples looking at New Hampshire. New Hampshire's caseloads are very, very different. And Stephen, if I could have you please go to the next link. So this one here, which states meet the recommended testing criteria? And if you see on the graphic, there are 33 states that have a higher than recommended positivity rate. These are positivity rates above 5%. This is another example of some of the criteria that we are evaluating to not only open, but to evaluate the ability to move between phases. And I know this is a bit of an eye chart, but you can take my word for it that on the left of the line, and Stephen, I think if you hover over New Hampshire, it'll put up 2.8%. Okay, 2.41. So that even changed from earlier today. It actually went down a little bit from where it was. So New Hampshire is well within what desired positivity rates we would be seeing. If you click on the next, and by the way, all those other states to the right that are, I don't envy those decisions that those school districts are making, or those school boards, or those superintendents. I could tell you that if we were in Florida or South Carolina or Georgia or Arizona or Texas or California, I would be sitting here with a recommendation for a full remote model without any question in my mind. I really, I would. Next one, please, Stephen. Next link. So now this one, this looks at our capacity in New Hampshire for testing. And I grouped all the New England states here together because I think keeping an eye on Massachusetts is always really important. And I know I've shared with this board before, but we are in New England. The state of Maine receives 36 million visitors annually. The state of New Hampshire, 17 million visitors annually. So we have people coming from all over the country and likely not a lot of international travel, but we have people who are moving and coming here for vacations and from other parts of the country. But Stephen, if you go down a little bit more, and let's look at New Hampshire. So New Hampshire, for new cases, on average, has been kind of looking at that 20 to 30 to 40 new cases a day. That's been very consistent. If you scroll or just look a little bit to the right from New Hampshire, 0.8 tests per thousand. What that shows, if you compare it with Connecticut above, they're doing 3.2 tests per thousand. That means that New Hampshire has testing capacity. So that means that there's not a shortage of testing, and we have continued to hear from public health officials that there is sufficient testing in New Hampshire. And if you look at the positivity rating, that's that 2.4%. Now, comparatively, the state of Maine is at 0.9, and you can see Rhode Island is 5, but all of these states are at that less than 5, with the exception Rhode Island just obviously above. Thank you. Stephen, next slide, please. This is the COVID-19 New Hampshire data. So we started globally, then we went nationally, and now we're looking just at New Hampshire. And there's several important things to look at here. Stephen, if you could put your cursor over the persons with COVID-19, where it says healthcare workers and long-term care settings, you'll see that 25.2% of infections have been in healthcare workers, 32% have been in long-term care settings. And if you go further to the right, obviously this is a great tragedy, but this accounts for 82% of the deaths that we've had in New Hampshire. So we've had 417 deaths in New Hampshire. 82% of those have been from long-term care facilities. Interestingly, in New Hampshire, I would just share this anecdotally, female percentage positive rate, 57.3% of the cases, and male is 42.6%. So there is more transmission happening in females. If you go down to the bottom, Stephen, on the right-hand side, the histogram, this shows the distribution of ages of cases in New Hampshire. 0 to 9, and if you hover over that, it'll tell you, 0 to 9, there have been 138 cases. So the mindset that kids don't get COVID-19 and can't become ill from COVID-19 is a false narrative. 138. You go to the next group, 10 to 19, 325. So those are our school-age kids for the most part. I do agree they are a relatively low percentage of the overall N, the overall number, but I think many of us would also say, are we truly testing young children? Have we been testing young children? We know that there was a testing capacity struggle, certainly in the early parts of the pandemic. And then if you look to the cohorts to the right, you'll see that 70 to 79, and then 80 plus, if you hover over those, Stephen, this is where the cases are in New Hampshire. So we do have a unique set of circumstances that other parts of the country don't have. Most of the deaths have been in long-term care settings, and most of the infections have been in older population. When we talk about children, we also need to recognize that we did have one positive case of a disorder related to COVID-19, which is a multi-system issue that children can have that is something that we have seen deaths in other parts of the country. That multi-system inflammatory syndrome is what they call it. We have had one case of that in New Hampshire. Thank you, Stephen. You can close that one. So before we get into the slides, which Stephen, if you want to pull up the slides and put those on the screen, we'll go through that. But before we do, I want to talk about the data in Goffstown and New Boston. And I'm so appreciative that our police and fire chiefs were with us. Those of you who might pay attention to the data that's published from WMUR. They have a list that they put out every week, or every day rather, that shows the number of cases within every town. I want to talk about that, and I'm going to ask Mr. Gross if our first responders, if any of our chiefs want to chime in, to please make sure that they're unmuted. But in Goffstown, for a long time, we were reporting over 100 cases in the town of Goffstown. Chief Allard worked very, very closely with the Department of Health and Human Services to identify that approximately 97% of the cases that have been identified in Goffstown were related to the Hillsborough County Nursing Home or other long-term care facilities. This is a significant piece of data for us to be aware of. This is something throughout the summer. I received hundreds of emails from parents and from staff. This was something that people raised as a significant concern. I understand, and Chief Allard was able to work very closely with them. The numbers reported in Goffstown now are 1 to 4. Now, before I ask if Chief Allard wants to weigh in, let me talk about New Boston. New Boston today on WMUR is reporting 7 cases. That number is wrong. Chief McDonald gets the data every single day from the Department of Health and Human Services, and he has been trying for 2 months to get them to make the data accurate. We had reported 1 to 2 cases for the last 6 to 8 weeks, and just today it ticked up to a 3rd case. So I might pause there and ask any of our chiefs if you would like to chime in and share any information with the public, or please just state at least that I'm on the mark. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, Brian, this is Chief McDonald. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Just to step back a minute. So there's a number of places that testing is done. It's performed at the state lab. There's a number of private commercial companies that provide the testing, but all testing is required to be passed up to the Department of Health and Human Services recording. That is the one source for all information. So that one source also distributes the report each day through the emergency services organizations. So we have an idea of where we are in our over the last 8 weeks. We've been trying to get folks to change these numbers, to look at this. I'm not sure why we haven't been successful, but I'm here to absolutely assure you, from my data that I receive every day, and police receive as well, that this report that's being shown on WMUR is misleading. We were down to 1 for about 3 days last week. We did pick up another case in the last 2 days, and today we just recently picked up a 3rd. But I can assure you that the reporting is not accurate because the DHHS is giving us exactly what they have, and I don't know why we're not able to get that to where it needs to be. But if there's any questions on that, please let me know. We'd be glad to answer those questions.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Allard, I wondered if you had any remarks to share with respect to this.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Superintendent and everyone else. I think you explained it exactly as I would have. As you mentioned, the cases that were reported were tied to an outbreak at a long-term care facility. It did take quite a while for that outbreak to close at the Department of Health and Human Services. We do have that closed out now as of last week, and the numbers that are being reported through Department of Health and Human Services and on WMUR are more reflective of the community at this time.
Thank you, Chief. So in terms of, is this the consideration of reopening, does the data suggest that the board or boards should be making this consideration? I would submit to you, yes, it does. I think that our level of community transmission at this point appears to be in a good place. We have been told repeatedly by Dr. Chan and the officials at the Department of Education that if we follow appropriate guidelines, that it is safe to return to school as long as we're following the CDC recommendations as well as the guidelines for New Hampshire reopening, which we are. So I'm going to keep going. Stephen, if you could go to the next slide, please. So let me start with what we're recommending. So instead of having people listen to a 2-hour presentation to find out distance. I can't emphasize that enough. I know everyone wants young children back in school. We don't have the luxury of space that many other school districts have. So you have to remember our schools, our elementary schools are already overcrowded and over capacity. So we're looking at a proposed 50% occupancy and limited cohorts for social distancing. I'm making a recommendation for changes to the school calendar. The governor has given school districts the ability to use 3 school days as planning and professional development days to make sure all of our faculty and staff are ready for all the elements that we are implementing. I want to take that. The board and the community may recall when we switched to remote learning back in March, we were given the opportunity to use 5 days to get ready for that. We chose not to do that. We wanted to hit the gas and make sure our kids didn't lose another week of instruction. At that time, I did not support that. I do support this. We need to make sure that we have sufficient time to plan and to work with all of our faculty to make sure that everyone knows what's expected. And there are other pieces that Mrs. Barry will get to a little later focused around important professional development that our educators have asked for, and this time will allow us to do that. Stephen, you could pull up the calendars. Do you have the Goffstown and New Boston calendars? I can just speak to it while we're waiting for Stephen to pull that up. So the current and Goffstown and New Boston are both a little different. Oh, he's got them side by side. Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen. So I'm going to highlight the differences. In yellow, whether you look at the left side of the screen or the right side of the screen, those are teacher workshop days. So for Goffstown, the first teacher workshop day would be August 27th and 28th. Teachers would then have the 31st of August, as well as the first 2 days of that first week of September. So we would have 6 professional development days before school opens. It's important to remember September 8th is a primary. So that is a statewide election. Our schools will not be open that day, and we have planned to be closed. So that will be a teacher workshop day in Goffstown and a day of being closed in New Boston. I would say we reached out to the New Boston Teachers Association as part of our contract. They have the ability to review the school calendar. I don't know, Mrs. McGrath, you can chime in or let me know if you received any input, but teachers had been asking for time. So I think at this point, the Goffstown teachers did vote today. So the Goffstown teacher contract specifies the number of professional development days that teachers have, and it specifies the number of student contact days. This was an alteration of the contract. They did vote in support of that. So again, in terms of working with our teachers and support staff, for people who aren't perhaps as in the know as school board members, we have 4 union contracts in Goffstown and New Boston. We have a union contract with our teachers as well as our support staff, and those are overseen by NEA New Hampshire. So we worked very, very closely. So I am making the recommendation to open schools on September 9th in both districts. New Boston, if teachers wanted to have a little flexibility in terms of having teacher workshop days on the 26th and 27th instead of, I'm open to a few of those things, but I did want to let everyone know what the calendar that I'm proposing would look like. Okay, you can close that one, Stephen. Go back to the PowerPoint, please. Okay, as Stephen is pulling that up. So let me keep going a few other things. So I already mentioned, but our model needs to be flexible and responsive to changing public health conditions, and if we have potential exposures of cases. We have to have the capacity under a phase 2 opening for students. We have the capacity to look at more students on campus. Let me explain this one a little bit. So all of you parents at home, particularly parents with young children that were hoping and really probably expecting for us to open 5 days a week for in-person instruction of all children, we are not recommending that. But I do want you to hear me loud and clear. And let me just walk through an example of the math. We are offering to parents a remote-only option. I don't know what those numbers would be. I suspect, based on the survey I did in June, that they're probably going to be in the 15 to 25, maybe 30% range. If we have 30% of our students who choose a connected learning only model, that they're not physically coming on campus, we would have the capacity to increase the number of days for some kids. So let me use an example. Let me use some math. Maple Ave. Let's say Maple Ave is at 500. It's not, it's higher, but I want to make the math as easy as I can. Let's say we open at 50%. That's 250 kids. If we have 30% of our parents that opt for a remote-only model, we're going to have capacity to increase the number of kids on campus in order to get to that 50% ratio. So parents that are hoping, needing, expecting kids to be back in school so they can get back to work, that we can, again, we understand schools need to be open so that we can help support and reopen the economy. I want parents to know that we're going to allow you to self-identify what I'm calling priority return. This would not be people who have connections, they have childcare figured out, they have a group, a network that on students' off days, they have support. These would be people who had significant hardship with having childcare coverage and the ability for their kids to make sure that they're getting the support that they would need within a remote learning model. So this may not get you exactly where you hoped we might be, but we're going to allow you in the survey selection response that we will send out after both boards have decided on a model. We will allow parents to check priority return, and then we will put them in the queue. We need to look at how many we have, and I don't know if it's going to be something that we would need to do a lottery, or we might try to come up with a way. But for families that truly have limited support structures, we recognize that this continuation of a partial hybrid model will be a hardship for you. And we hope that this concept of priority return would allow us to target some of our most vulnerable children, some of our families that have food insecurity, that have other support needs that families aren't able to provide for their children. And that's an important part I wanted board members to understand. And again, for families, you can pick that, and then we'll need to evaluate how many people have selected this. And by the way, I do see this primarily as kind of a K through probably 5th or 6th grade kind of construct. I think middle school, it might be more unique. And in high school, it could be for some of our reluctant learners, and we would have the ability for high school to do this straight away. So again, when the survey goes out, the survey selection goes out, this will be an option that parents will be able to choose. Stephen, next slide, please. In terms of facilities, you're going to hear extensive presentations this evening from Mr. Loring, but I want to emphasize that we will have enhanced cleaning, enhanced air exchange, and ventilation. All of our cleaning will be done with CDC expectations, and Mr. Loring will go through a lengthy, in-depth analysis of our ventilation system. The good news is, in having older schools, we have a less efficient air exchange system. Now you might think, how is that a good thing, Brian? Our ventilation systems replace 100% of the air. Many of the newer, more modern systems replace a portion of the air when you're heating, because you don't want to take cold air from the outside, have to heat it, and then put that into the building. Many of these new systems, they recirculate, they reuse some of the air. Our systems have significantly more air exchange, and Mr. Loring will get into that. From a facilities perspective, and I would say from an emergency operations perspective, we will be opening our schools in what I'm calling a modified secure campus setting. And what that means is visitors to the school will be restricted. We will be encouraging meetings to occur on Zoom so that parents don't have to come in and meet face-to-face with teachers. And at this point, you've probably heard a lot of planning around school districts that are putting up tents. This is something that restaurants have been doing. Some school districts are evaluating this. Chief Serino and Chief Brace are on this call as well. We've had lengthy discussions. We are not comfortable making a recommendation in reducing the access control and security of our schools. So the idea that you've got a giant white tent that people know that there are children outside all day is something that makes me nervous from a school safety perspective. This is something we can talk a little more about, but I know that I speak for Chief Brace and Chief Serino on that. From a health management perspective, we're looking at increased nursing protocols, absenteeism tracking. These are things that we already did. We are not doing temperature screenings at the door. So this is something that we evaluated. We would likely have a challenge in processing that many children, as you can likely imagine. The state of Massachusetts chose that they are not doing any temperature checks, and they worked in collaboration with some of the best hospitals in the world. So the accuracy of temperature checks actually finding a potentially positive COVID patient appears to be pretty low. We heard today from Dr. Chan that it's somewhere maybe around 40%, but they think possibly even lower. And if a parent were to give their child, say, a dose of Motrin before they go to school, we're never going to pick them up anyhow. So the amount of time that's involved in the idea from an equity perspective that you've got a little kid that we're going to say, you have a temperature, you need to go over here. I think that that could be a hard thing for little kids to go through. So we will have requirements that parents will have to follow prior to the arrival at school, as well as all of our faculty. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what do we do if we have a positive case or a potential exposure. So we have been told, I have not written protocols for this because I have been told that school districts will be given these protocols. So I will wait probably 2 weeks, and if we don't have something, then we will develop our own. But specific protocols around positive cases will include so let's imagine, just walk through the scenario. We have a child who presents with symptoms that look like COVID-19. Now, it could be the regular influenza. It could be just simply a plain old cold, a virus cold. It could be It could be allergies, it could be a lot of different things. That student would be isolated, would be evaluated by the nurse. That child would need to be picked up. That child is going to need to be evaluated. And we would likely be in a situation where that child will need to be quarantined. Now, let me talk a little more about this. So what does that mean for a classroom? We don't know. We were told today by Dr. Chan that you could have a case, a positive case, and you may only need to potentially isolate and quarantine children who were in the immediate proximity of that child. So in a classroom, you might have 1 or 2 children who might need to quarantine or isolate and be evaluated for positive symptoms, but the rest of the class may continue. Now, this is an example of something that's rapidly evolving. We were told today that if there was a sibling who tested positive, that another sibling may not even need to be tested or quarantined. So a lot of this public health guidance is changing rapidly. Let me talk about communication, and I'm going to say this at least twice tonight. We may not be in a position to be able to tell you where the positive case is. I'm going to use the positive case that we had back in, I think it was April. There were many people who were very angry with me because they wanted to know where the positive case was. What school was it? I got a lot of calls. I got a lot of emails. I had a lot of angry people who wanted this information. I told you then, I'm telling you now, I cannot disclose any information that the Department of Health and Human Services does not allow me to do so. And someone take that clip and put it up on Facebook when I don't tell you and people are upset at some point, and hopefully this never happens, but you need to know, I couldn't even disclose which school district the positive case was in the last time when we had a positive case. Now, I'm hoping that we're in a different position. I would encourage people that the individual who's infected would have the ability to self-identify. That might be something that families may say, it was me, it's Maple Ave, it's 2nd grade, it's this classroom, and I want everyone to know where it is. So then other schools may not need to worry or know about that. And the same thing could be true with at least locations so that we can try to set other people's minds at ease. If we had a positive case at Goffstown High School and it's the only place, that shouldn't impact our elementary schools at all, arguably. So I do want people to know that we will have limited ability to communicate, but that our process will be to isolate, to remove the student, to expect them to quarantine, and then to work with Health and Human Services around contact tracing and the ability for others who might have been infected to be able to isolate and quarantine themselves. Next slide. From a logistical perspective, we're going to talk, Mrs. McGrath and Mr. Gross are going to talk at length about childcare, but this is one of the biggest barriers for our teachers to be able to return to work. If we're in a remote environment and they're teaching on site 4 days a week, but they have young children who are not on site, we are looking at options to help support the childcare needs of our faculty, and Mr. Gross will have more information about that. Masks and face coverings. So I'm going to just come out with it and say we are requiring masks. This is, as far as I'm concerned, not a debate. I'm interested or willing to have the data, the information coming out from CDC around reopening schools. Whenever kids can't be physically distanced, they are required to wear masks. We are going to be developmentally reasonable about this. We understand that we're talking about children. Young children will not be able to, nor should they, wear masks. The staff will have more enhanced personal protective equipment that are working with those children. But for all others, if you're going to ride a school bus, you're going to wear a mask. You're going to be entering the building, you're moving through hallways, you're going to the bathroom, you're going to be wearing a mask. When you are at your seat, you are physically distanced, as I am right now with my mask off, kids will be able to take their masks off. And I would say teacher discretion needs to come into play here. But we recognize that this would be hard for many kids. We have some children that have sensory or other issues that would make the ability to wear a mask trying for them. But for the community transmission, and I go back to that example that Dr. Chan used of the 2 hairdressers, there were 140 something people who had their hair cut by 2 infected hairdressers, and not one of them became sick because they had strict mask wearing protocols. SAU 19 will be the same. Continued transportation. We will keep transportation K to 12. And Mr. Gross will be talking at length about transportation. We did evaluate eliminating high school transportation and doubling up on elementary and middle school runs. We thoroughly vetted that. At this point, we're going to hold off on that. We think with limiting cohort sizes and with a lot of parents that will likely drive their children, we actually think we hope to have the capacity on our school buses that we need. So at this point, we are looking at keeping our high school runs. I did hear from a lot of high school families that this would be a hardship for them and they would not have the ability to get their kids to school. Athletics and co-curriculars. At this point, I do want the boards to know that I authorized athletic workouts that are coach driven with very specific social distancing expectations that are overseen by athletic director Huft. But at this point, and Justin is very involved, as is Mr. McBride, with the NHIAA, which is our athletic association in New Hampshire. We are looking at a later start a couple weeks after school opens, which makes all the sense in the world to me. I know athletics are important to people. I know they're important to kids. They're important to my kids. And I know that many students, that is one of the best things about school for them, is being part of a team, participating in athletics. So they will be on hold and we will make a final decision at a later point. I will say that I share significant concern about contact sports. And so that would include football in particular, which is probably the one that makes me the most nervous. But I think soccer, field hockey, I think some of the other ones, fall sports, continue to make me nervous as well. Food services, we will have a limited menu selection. Students will not be eating in cafeterias because we cannot have them in large groups. So students will eat in classrooms. And Mrs. Bizzarro will speak to this a little later, but we also will be looking for meals to be available to students on remote days. Next slide, please. Okay, the next part, we have 2 slides on special education that I wanted Dr. Dolliff and any of the facilitators to go over. But Jen, if I can ask you to give a brief overview of these 2 slides, please.
So essentially, the 2 slides talk about our intention to balance the need to educate students with safety measures. The first part of the slides describe Executive Order 48 from the governor that we will hold compensatory ed meetings up through the end of September. Once those meetings are held, we'll have a better sense of what services may need to be delivered in addition to what's being delivered as per the IP. And we may actually just reschedule meetings and seek additional assessments. So really September is going to be our data gathering month. We'll establish a baseline knowledge of where students are at and then plan appropriately to make up for any sort of missed services or growth that they should have made, but struggled with that online platform. Do you want to flip to the next, or did you want to add anything, Brian, or flip to the next?
Nope, that's good.
Again, all meetings, even after school starts, will be held via Zoom. We won't be having parents into the buildings for meetings. As formal evaluations commence, typical evaluations as part of the IEP will only take place once we're physically in the building. There's been a lot of discussion about assessing students via online, but there's questions about the validity of that testing. and the reliability. So we'll do special ed assessments once students are physically in the building. We are concerned about some students who will have challenges maintaining and following safety requirements. Students that struggle with that will be, we plan to address it sort of on a tiered level. Teaching strategies, looking at behavior plans, and providing direct instruction on how to follow those protocols around safety. We do have staff trained in crisis prevention and intervention procedures, including de-escalation strategies. We'll be doing training in that and emphasizing that as we move forward. You know, at some point, there may be a need to remove students from one setting into a different setting, into separate spaces with adult supervision. In the worst case scenarios, some student may need to return to full-time connected learning as sort of a respite to return when they've been able to demonstrate safer behaviors. But we're going to do everything we can to keep these students in school and making appropriate gains emotionally, physically, and educationally.
And the last special ed slide, please, Jen.
Yeah, so we've got a whole range of PPE that we're planning to provide. We've got face shields, we've got bucket hats ordered that will provide face shield coverage. We've got regular masks, we've got window masks we've ordered. So you could even use a combination of the two, and desk shields to really ensure that when students are working one-on-one or two-to-one, that they're protected and safe. Again, some students will require repeated instruction and redirection regarding social distancing. If a student continues, as I said, we will develop an individual plan for each student as far as, you know, including things such as additional supervision, sensory breaks, those sort of things, calming room. Every effort will be made to minimize mixing of students from classrooms. There may, however, at times be need to, you know, bring two students together in a very safe setting and provide direct speech therapy or OT or reading instruction. And again, we will look at cleaning practices and PPE to make that as safe as possible.
Thank you, Dr. Dahl. If I would just add, before we go on to teaching and learning and our service delivery, that taking care of our special education children is among our highest commitments. So when we look at the ability to get kids back on campus, special ed teams will be meeting, will be evaluating, looking at some kids may need more on-campus time. Those will be decisions that will be made by those IEP teams. So as a former special ed teacher and special ed director for a long time, we will take good care of our kids. I'm going to give one last plug before we move on to the full presentation. We will be doing a YouTube and Facebook live Q&A session. I'm going to share this a little later, but in case people don't stay for the whole presentation, we will do this with GTV. I'll be in the studio with Mr. Gross, and we'll have the other administrators on Zoom to be able to answer questions on Wednesday, August 5th at 7 p.m. So we will do that live, and questions may be submitted prior to the session. And there we set up an email address called questions@sau19.org. Anyone who has a question after you see the presentation, please feel free. Again, that's questions@sau19.org. And I know that Adam from GTV has some other plans for how we're going to do that session. So now we're going to shift into teaching and learning and what the delivery model is going to be. And we're going to start with Mrs. Barry, who is going to probably do a little bit of an introduction, and then we will have Goffstown High School present.
Good evening. We continue this evening's presentation with a focus on area Roman numeral 1, teaching and learning. So we're going to get into boots on the ground. What does this look like for staff and for students? As we worked with the first two factors, it became very clear to us that in order to present these in the best method, each building administrator is going to speak to factor number 1, the educational delivery model, and factor number 2, the flexible model, different expectations and educational delivery models for different levels of schools, pre-K and K, elementary, middle, high school, and you've already heard about individual student needs. When the administrators speak to factor number 2, they will explain what students and staff will experience within each of the models. Please note that the school day looks different in all models than it did last spring. There are enhanced expectations around accountability that more closely mirror the typical school day for staff and students. Please also pay particular attention to the many efforts that have been put into place with significant input from all staff members, constituents from all staff members, to assure daily balance, including prep times, co-planning opportunities. Those are the times when our teachers work together to craft common content units of instruction, and also the accompanying weeks of supporting lessons. This purposeful structure will make time for planning and preparation more efficient and further support the collaborative model that has always been the foundation of SAU 19 professional development. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Kim McCann, and we're going to start with Goffstown High School.
Great, thank you, MC. I think we're good. So to start this evening, we did want to talk a little bit about, where we were in March and when we ended and the decision was made that, we did need to leave the buildings. As you know, a lot of decisions were made in a very short period of time, and we were very much in an emergency management response mode as we looked at what spring instruction was going to look like. Shortly into the spring, probably about mid-April, we started to think about what is this reentry going to look like? What will the reopening of Goffstown High School look like? And as we started to talk through all of the what ifs and what could be's, we quickly realized that we needed to have a process that was going to allow us to respond to what was happening within the community, that was going to allow us the flexibility to shift fairly quickly, as we had to in the spring, between different modes of instructional delivery. And we also needed to be able to operationalize all of these to provide the best educational experience for all of our students that we could. So Stephen, if you don't mind clicking on the first link, the GHS Continuum of Instruction. Oh, opening the window. There it is. We started to look at trying to map out all of the possibilities from being in a scenario where the building was closed and we were fully remote educating all of our students back to what would be a traditional operation of Goffstown High School. And with that, we also looked at that in between and the potential of different hybrid scenarios and what instructionally each of those different phases could look like. This is where we're going to start this evening. We want to give a big picture overview, and then we will take you through some of the more specific details of what we envision each of these to look like. So as we start, if we were to look at a scenario where the building did have to at any point this year be closed and we were in a fully remote situation, the first thing that we would say is lessons learned from the spring. We've been able to gather a lot more information about our students, about our technology access, and things that we felt worked and didn't work in the spring. If we were to be fully remote, all of the classes at Goffstown High School would be delivered online in a scheduled setting. We would have instructional face-to-face delivery of content through video conferencing. We would have courses that were scheduled to meet at particular times during the week. Attendance would be taken, and we would also be moving away from a grading situation that was pass-fail, which again was a moment in time in the spring And when we open in the fall, regardless of where on this continuum we fall, we will be going back to a more traditional grading scale for all students at the high school. If we were to move into a hybrid scenario, we see 3 different phases. And as Brian talked about, a lot of these are dependent both on the current state of public health in the community, as well as looking at different levels of occupancy to determine what size groups and how our cohorts would be arranged. If we were in phase 1, which would be a very limited access to the building, we would continue to deliver all classes through that scheduled, synchronous, face-to-face online delivery model. However, we would welcome students into the building who were to self-select with their families that additional supports were needed. Students would be assigned to cohorts of roughly 7 to 8 students in a classroom. They would have adults who would supervise and oversee their work during the day. They would access all of their classes just like their peers were who were out of the building. However, they would have that level of support. Somebody who was standing there saying, it's 9 o'clock, you're supposed to be in your math class. And when they had a free period, there would be individuals who would be able to assist them with organization, pre-teaching, reteaching, and really helping them to have more success than we saw with some students who struggled in the spring. These students would be in a very self-contained format. They would be assigned to a classroom where they would do all of their work out of during the day. They would have an assigned restroom area. They would eat in that classroom, and we would be able to have very small self-identified groups and cohorts that we would track in the event of any illness in the building. As we move into phase 2 and we look at a potential 50% occupancy of the building, at that point, we are talking about dividing students into 2 cohorts. The division is alphabetical, so cohort A would be students with the last names A to K, cohort B, L through Z. Students would have an opportunity to physically come into the building twice a week to go through all of their classes over the course of those 2 days. They would have 2 at-home days. In the 5th day of the week, they would be remote. However, they would be scheduled for synchronous face-to-face instructional time with all of their classes. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that will look like as we go past this kind of overview piece. We anticipate that during that time, we are looking at roughly half the student roster of a class, so 10 to 12 students in a classroom at any given time, that we will have restrictions regarding movement into and out of the building, throughout the building. Large group spaces will not be being used, as Brian discussed earlier. Students will be eating in their classrooms. We will be maintaining 6 feet of distance between seating in classrooms, and out of school days, we'll be looking at a flipped classroom model where students are getting a lot of their information gathering. So they may be watching stock or teacher created videos, they're doing independent readings, and they're really gathering a lot of the core pieces of information that they're going to need for when they're in the classroom with the teacher to dive in and problem solve and work with the material. As we move into phase 3 of a hybrid option, we anticipate that we would be able to have all students attend all classes within the high school building. And while there still would be restrictions around movement, large groups, we still would have be on hold relative to assemblies, field trips, etc. We feel that when we look at a 70% occupancy rate of the building, our current enrollment would allow us to have all students in, because when we talk about occupancy, we're really looking at building capacity. We have 70 plus instructional spaces in the building. We could accommodate upwards of 1,500 students, which would not be ideal, and it would change definitely some of what we do currently in the building. But we have had times, as some of you will recall, where we've been at close to 1,400 in our student population. And so we are quite comfortable with that as a figure. And then the last kind of continuum phase here is returning to quote unquote normal and our February of 2020 school experience, if you will. So Steve, if you don't mind going to the next link that starts to look a little bit more in detail for us. If we were to be fully remote, we anticipate that our students would have 3 face-to-face instructional classes each week with all of their teachers. On Monday, we would schedule all 8 classes, as you can see here. On Tuesday and Thursday, we would follow an odd schedule. On Wednesday and Friday, we would follow an even schedule. The times that you see on here are just, at this point, an example of what we envision this could look like. We wanted to provide a sample schedule, but this would be as kind of close to, if you will, normal instruction as we can in a remote setting. So 3 times a week, face-to-face, scheduled instruction. And then Steve, if you don't mind going to the next slide. You'll notice we skipped to phase 2. And the reason here is if we were in phase 1 of the hybrid model, that remote learning schedule and class schedule would stay intact because we would be continuing to deliver all classes remotely, but we would be providing those supported tutorial environments for students who needed additional time in the building and support from adults. When we start to talk about phase 2 and a hybrid model where students are in the building 2 days a week, out of the building 2 days a week, what we are looking at are 3 very distinct educational experiences each week for each class. This applies to both the student experience, but also what we are going to be asking of our classroom teachers as we look at how we will provide instruction in this model. We will have an online day. All 8 class periods will meet in a synchronous online format, very similar to that Monday schedule on the fully remote day that you saw previously. The difference is district-wide, we are looking at having this day on Friday. So on Friday, all students across the district would be home, and the high school students would access all of their scheduled classes face-to-face online with their teachers. This will allow for pre-teaching, reteaching, a review of the week, forecasting of what they need to be ready to do the upcoming week. And it's also an opportunity for the teacher to have the full roster group of students together. Knowing that if we do start to shift to a place where we can have all of the kids in the building, it will be important to have developed a classroom community and culture with the full roster of kids.
Mrs. McCann, can I just interrupt? Stephen, can you make that bigger? I can't see that. Thank you. Sorry.
When we start to talk about what it will look like when students are at home. So for each class, remember with the high school, we're on a block schedule format. So most weeks, students are going to see their teacher, even if we were in the building, maximum of 2 or 3 days, depending on the rotation that week of the schedule. So for each class, a student is really only going to have 1 out of school day a week, if you will. And this is a day where we're going to talk about and continue to do professional development with our staff about how to best use this time to have students looking at videos, doing independent reading, engaging in interactive lessons and activities. Hopefully that this is when the bulk of assessments will take place. When students are here and in the building with us in the fall, we want to make sure that we are maximizing that time and that interactive piece with the teacher. And this will allow, when students come into the classroom, the ability to really spend time in discussion, problem solving, and exploring detail and course material at a further level of depth. And if we can just scroll down to that final piece, Stephen. Then when students come into school and they're face-to-face with their teachers in the building, we have 2 big focuses. It is interaction, and as well as much as possible, we want them tech-free, knowing that we have spent a lot of time doing a lot of instruction through our devices, and we want to maximize their collaboration with each other and their collaboration with their classroom teachers.
Mrs. McCann, were you going to speak now or a little later about the importance of teachers being able to retain that balance? So how do they do the in-person teaching, the remote teaching, and all principals, please expect me to ask you the exact same question.
Yeah, so really, you know, at the high school, Brian, part of it for us is looking at the fact that if we were in session, teachers would be being asked to prepare 3 lessons over the course of a week for each class that they were teaching. And we see this as being similar. We recognize that we are asking them to provide these lessons in very different formats and that there is going to be a shift, but they will be preparing a lesson for their face-to-face day. They will be preparing a lesson for their in-person day, and then they will have a singular lesson for their class for when students are not in the building. And a couple of things. So we have an 8-period schedule. Teachers teach 5 out of 8 of those periods. The 6th period is a duty. So high school teachers will have a planning period each day to work on the development of those lessons. And additionally, we have a draft schedule for the upcoming school year that allowed us to have all departments have a common planning period. So in the schedule that we have as a start point, for example, the entire math department is off period 3. So that is going to give them time to, during the day, to collaborate with each other as well. So where there are teachers who are teaching the same courses, they're going to be able to work together to identify how can they best address those out of school days, and how can they also collaborate in the development of those interactive lessons and or instructional videos with the time that they have on a regular basis together. So we feel pretty confident about that piece. The biggest question mark that we still continue to have as we look at some of this will be what our numbers ultimately are going to be. When we talk about the fully online option and seeing what percentage of families opt for that, it is going to require us to take another look at our schedule, reassess our section numbers, our teaching assignments, and that's going to be a piece that we have to look at. And as you addressed at the beginning, we will have to have further discussion about the ability to offer every single course in our program of studies, because as folks know, we have a very wide and comprehensive course of offerings for students at Goffstown High School, and some areas we just have a single section of a class, and so it's going to be a little bit more challenging, if you will, to figure out how to balance what we can offer in a fully remote setting with the staff that we have teaching in the building as well.
I would also suggest, Brian, that this underscores the importance of having those initial professional development days for staff, Kim, to be able to develop the structure, the collaboration, the technology, all of the pieces that will lay the foundation for how they will work together throughout the course of the year.
And when we move on to section 3 of teaching and learning, we'll also talk a little bit about some of the pieces that are currently in place and some of the work that's been done this summer around that as well.
Thank you, Kim. Can we queue up, Stephen, can we queue up Mountain View, please, for Mrs. Kohler?
Thank you. So on the screen in front of you, you're looking at the continuum of a service delivery model for Mountain View. At one end of the spectrum, we have full remote learning, while at the other end is fully open, which is how we were prior to March of last school year. In looking at a hybrid approach in the middle of your screen, we've broken it down into 3 phases. I'm going to discuss phase 2 first, as it's easier to explain the cohorts, and it's also the phase that Mr. Balke referred to earlier that we're proposing to work in. In phase 2, students would be placed into cohorts where students would be physically in the building for in-person instruction 2 days a week. One cohort, cohort A, would be in the building on Monday and Wednesday, while the other, cohort B, would be here on Tuesday and Thursday. If a student is attending in person on Monday and Wednesday, they would access a connected learning platform through Google Classroom on Tuesday and Thursday in order to get their instruction and materials needed to complete their assignments and working towards mastery of skills and concepts. The cohorts, just like Goffstown High School, will be broken down by last name, with students A through K attending on Monday and Wednesday, while students L through Z would be attending on Tuesday and Thursday. This would mean that 50% of our student population would be in the building Monday through Thursday each day. Each class would be capped at 13 students and we'd be socially distanced of 5 to 6 feet. On Friday, all students would be involved in remote learning. This will provide an opportunity for the teachers each Friday to have time to plan, collaborate, and develop lessons and instructional videos to utilize on those students' connected learning days. In a moment, I'm going to clearly define the difference between connected learning and remote learning. In continuing to look at the phased approach, in phase 1, students would only be in the building 1 day a week, which would mean 25% of our population would be in the building each day. Students would then access their connected learning platform 3 days a week and would continue in a remote setting each Friday, again, allowing teachers that crucial time to be able to plan and make instructional videos for that connected learning platform. In phase 3, students would be in the building for in-person instruction 3 days a week, have 1 day of connected learning, and be in a remote setting each Friday. If a student was attending on Monday and Wednesday, they would either gain Tuesday or Thursday to their schedule. Again, keeping Fridays sacred for our teachers to be able to plan and collaborate on producing their content. In phase 3 of our proposal, 75% of our population would be in the building each day. Social distancing would be down to about 3 feet with no more than 20 students in a classroom. Regardless of the instructional model, grading will not be pass-fail, just like at Goffstown High School. We go back to our traditional grading scale as stated in our parent-student handbook. Steve, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. So just a little bit of an explanation about the difference between all of the pieces of hybrid. So in-person instruction, those in-person days would be devoted, just like Kim had mentioned at Goffstown High School, to discussion and exploration of various subject matters. The main goal of our in-person instruction is going to be interaction peer-to-peer, and interaction with our students and our staff members. For connected learning days, students would be engaged in a flipped classroom model when they are not physically in the building for those in-person instructional days. They complete necessary assigned readings, activities, they'd work on projects, they would view stock or teacher-created videos from homes. Some of our program, like Pearson Science, actually has videos of labs and things like that that students would be able to watch from their home. On connected learning days, families would create a learning schedule that fits their needs. In some cases, students may also be provided paper packets or assignments to be able to complete at home on their connected learning days. We anticipate, especially in classes like art, you may see some paper pencil things going home. And then remote learning, which we're proposing for all 3 of our hybrid learning approach on Friday. Students instead would not only have access to their connected learning platform, but they would be offered 30-minute live video conferencing period with their teachers. And in a moment, I'm going to actually put up a sample schedule for a student so parents at home would be able to see what that looks like. Teachers would be able to offer small group sessions that could be between different cohorts to get different students working together. They would provide opportunities to answer questions and review directions. This could be pre-teaching, it could be reteaching. In activating prior knowledge, vocabulary building, the teachers are going to use it for different things. Steve, if you wouldn't mind going to the last slide for me. So this is just an example of what that remote learning day schedule would be like. As Ms. McCann talked about at the beginning of her presentation, this looks very different than how things opened for us in a flash at the end of last March. That each student would have 30-minute live sessions with their teachers to end the week, again, for reteaching, for intervention, to answer questions. And there would still be the ability to be able to gain access to things on their Google Classroom as well. So Fridays are very much a well thought out scheduled day. And this provides teachers the opportunity, because all math conferencing would be happening at once at certain times during the day, that our math teachers could then have time to be able to get together, collaborate, and make video tutorials for students on those connected learning days. So when students are at home, they're going to get a very different experience than they did last spring if they were at Mountain View. Mr. Balke?
Thank you, Mrs. Kohler. I believe we're moving on to New Boston Central School next. MC, did you want to do an intro, or we're going to queue up Miss Underwood?
We are queuing up Ms. Underwood.
Hey, Tori, you're up. Tori.
Sorry, I was muted. I should know better. It's the new phrase, right? You're muted. So this year, or over the summer months, I've been meeting regularly with the other elementary principals in Goffstown, because I feel that, and we all felt, that the elementary student presents very differently than the middle school and the high school students. We also had a reopening committee made up of different constituents within each of our own schools, and we were able to collaborate and share information as we were investigating and looking at all that was out through the CDC and the Academy for Pediatrics. So as you will see, and all the administrators met once a week as well, middle school and high school. So as you can see, our delivery models are very similar in that we knew what fully remote was when we started on March 16th. And then we developed our phase 1, 2, and 3. Our task for the reopening committee was really around a lot of the hybrid model, because that is not a model that we've ever experienced before. So we wanted to be able to look at that and find out what is best for our elementary students. So as both Kim and Wendy have spoken to, in phase 2, we would be looking at 50% capacity for our classrooms. We would be looking at our classrooms, our students' desks being 6 feet apart. We again are looking at the same breakdown of Monday, Wednesday, A to K, and Tuesday, Thursday, L to Z. The reason for that is we are certainly trying to find the best way for families to be able to have their kids attend school on the same days if they are in multiple schools. So we are looking at those components of what those days would look like. And so our plan for the elementary students is that on Mondays and Wednesdays, or Tuesdays, Thursdays, whichever cohort they're in, and Steve, if you want to flip to the next slide, that they are going to be getting direct instructions from their teachers. They're going to have a chance for being able to have guided practice in the skills that they're learning. They're going to be doing their 4 content areas of language arts, math, science, and social studies. What is being taught in cohort 1 on Monday will be the repeat to the other half of the class on Tuesdays. And so the kids are going to have a lot of opportunities, especially in a smaller cohort, to be getting a lot of direct instruction from their classroom teachers. They will also be experiencing integrated arts. So for New Boston, that's music, art, and gym during those times as well. Fridays will be a connected learning opportunity. We're looking for our classroom teachers to be able to have a chance to Zoom with their entire class, because it'll be the only time during the week that the kids that are in a particular teacher's class would be together. And that opportunity would be either a pre-teach or reteach, but also for a chance for socialization. We recognize that this has not been an easy process for all kids, and not an easy process for our elementary students. So it's really important for us that we are getting to their social emotional needs as well as their academic needs. That being said, The opposite days, when they are working from home, we are trying to set up assignments that are going to be able to be done through Google Classroom or Seesaw. A big difference for us now is when we left in March, the kids were in school on Friday, didn't return on Monday. They didn't have any of their materials. They will have materials that they will be able to use at home. We're trying to minimize computer time on their off days. We recognize that's a challenge for our youngest students. It's also a challenge for our families unless you have multiple devices. So we are looking to provide on Tuesdays and Thursdays the extensions of what has been taught on Mondays and Wednesdays, or the opposite days. Their at-home days will be extensions of their in-school days. The teachers may also ask the kids to do some pre-reading. They may be asked to see some videos that will get them ready for a lesson that's coming up the next day that they're actually in the building. So, and one of the things that we noticed with our upper students is teachers were often making corrections or suggestions for assignments, and the kids were not spending time to do that and do some editing. So we're hoping that by providing them with this structure that we're going to be providing for them, the kids will have an opportunity to be able to do some of their reteaching and their correcting. We're a standards-based report card, so we're always looking for mastery of standards and skills. Next slide, please, Steve. So our fully connected model, those families that are going to opt to be 100% remote for this year based on their own family needs, our anticipation is that once we have an understanding of how many kids are being 100% remote and how many kids are coming actually into the school, we're going to be looking to assign teachers to do just the remote model. For our experience from March to June, our teachers were working 12, 14-hour days in order to get that remote model up and running. So for them to try to do in-school education as well as remote education is not going to be manageable. So we're looking to assign some of our teachers to do the remote model for those kids that are going to be 100% at home. We're looking for the same amount of direct instruction that the kids would get if they were in school. So the remote teachers will be doing Zoom lessons that are the same as the lessons that are going to be done if a child was with us in school. They're going to, again, use the Google or Seesaw platform in order to be able to access and submit their work. They will also be receiving integrated arts lessons for their grade level, and the anticipation will be that those assignments will also be completed. And in all models, students will have an opportunity for independent work. My teammates are here. Did I miss anything? No, I guess I'm set. Thank you.
Thank you, Tori. So
we're going to now, Mrs. Berry, to Bartlett and Maple. Who do you have presenting this one?
We are going to move on to Bartlett and Maple. And as Tori Underwood explained, the elementary principals have been meeting. You will continue to see commonality. And for the presentation for Bartlett and Maple, Suzanne Pishka, Principal Pishka, and Principal Jerry St. Gelais.
All right, so I'll start with this slide for both Bartlett and for Maple. We have been working closely with everyone since the end of March to be sure that we're aligned. And so the fully remote model looks similar to the other schools for starting for next year, with increased assigned times for face-to-face meetings. We've learned a lot over the time, and so we would be developmentally appropriately providing materials, as Tori said, and using Seesaw for all students in grades 1 through 4 at both elementary schools in Goffstown, which we feel is a bonus, easier for families to navigate, easier for kids to navigate, and much more interactive with the students. Phase 1 is similar, that we would be offering 25, mostly be connected learning, but we would open it up to students that needed extra time in school on an available basis to come into the building for direct instruction based on their needs. And I'm going to focus mostly on phase 2 because that's what we're proposing. We would have the same cohort model as the other schools have described. So we would have half of our class. So picture grade 1 classroom, there would be half would be cohort 1 would come in on Monday and Wednesday based on the alphabet, the last names being A to K. And the other students with the last names starting with L to Z would be coming in on Tuesday, Thursday. So they would be attending full days on those days. And in September, we would be using the Fridays to do the special education meetings that we need to do, teacher planning, prepping, and things like that. A key to this plan being successful is the professional development days that we will have before school starts. That will really help staff to make videos, get information out to families about what school will look like, what teachers will look like with their masks on, what the hallway flow is like, how you wait for the bathrooms, as well as how instruction will work. So that should be much smoother as we transition into September. Unified Arts will be provided on a 2-week rotating schedule, which allows the students to have that advantage of having that in school with a teacher, and it also allows for some planning time for our teachers. The focus of the at-home days is guided practice and application of what they've done during in-person days. So I know Brian will ask how the teacher's going to balance this. So we have put a lot of thought into that. So as Tori had said, the students will be in a class on Monday, the teachers will prepare for Monday. They will do those same lessons for their group on Tuesday. So they're actually preparing one set of lessons that will focus for both days, Monday and Tuesday. And the same thing, they'll prepare for Wednesday, and those same lessons will be used on Thursday for their in-person students. And then the at-home materials, we know, especially for first and second grade, a lot of students do better with paper and pencil. If you're home with your grandparents or you're at daycare, paper and pencil would be easier in most cases for the younger grade level. So we're going to provide those materials and also the manipulatives and books, things that they need. So that's a huge advantage over last year. It'll be items that those students can complete independently. We have the option through Seesaw, and we did through Google last year, that you can have OT and speech and school counselors in Title I. Everyone goes in and modifies assignments so that it's exactly what each student needs, and we will continue to do that modified to meet individual student needs. Movement through the building will be significantly restricted. And then when we get to phase 3, which we all can't wait for, all students will attend classes. It'll be the traditional school schedule. Basically, it'll be 3 feet apart for students. Restrictions will change so that the students will be able to go into other places, like hopefully the art room and the music room and things like that, based on current guidelines and protocols. Did I miss anything, Suzanne or anyone else?
You got it, Jerry.
Good. And go on to the next slide, please, Steve.
So I'll speak to the next slide. So this just breaks down the phase 2 specifically for the phase 2 hybrid model. In-person days, as Jerry's already mentioned, the focus of the in-person days will be that high quality direct instruction in all their content areas. It's really important that our teachers focus on the children in front of them. And so we've set up our in-person days as that opportunity for our students in each cohort. They'll meet for a full day of instruction. They'll also have the Unified Arts, which will be on a 2-week rotating schedule. This does mean, though, that the classroom teachers will have 3 prep times in their week, which is important for them. That is the time that they can work with some of their colleagues and prepare their lessons. They will eat in the classroom, breakfast, snack, lunch. Students will be given a recess break outside and frequent motor breaks inside within their classroom. The travel for students will be limited, and we'll make every effort to minimize the mixing of students from different classrooms. Also, special education related services will be provided within the classroom or in the service provider's room. So that's what the in-person day would look like for each cohort. We are also recommending that we look again as an administrative team on possibly working Fridays in, which would alternate between cohorts. And that wouldn't be in September, but we're asking that we come back around and look at that again. We would like to see our kids in person as much as possible. At home days, the focus will be on guided practice and application. of the content that was taught during their in-person time. The students would be provided with differentiated assignments that they can complete independently. So we're not asking for parents to teach them, we're asking for them to set aside time, structure for their children so that they have time to complete these assignments independently. And they should be able to do that because the teacher in the in-person time will help support each individual student. Because we'll be in school, we will be able to send home paper copies, especially for our youngest students. We don't want to jump right online. We want them to have things in their hands, be able to open a book, do some assignments with paper pencil. So depending on the developmental level, we will be providing paper pencil. We also have Seesaw for our platform for online. So we will slowly introduce that at our lowest levels, and probably our third and fourth will take that on a little sooner. What we're looking at for the at-home days is that the complete assignments, when they're turned in the in-person, would actually document their attendance. That's a suggestion we're making. Classroom teachers won't be available during that time for the other cohort because, again, their focus is with the students in person, as we all would want them to be focused on those children. Steve, you can change the next slide. Steve, can you change to the next slide, please?
Steve is sleeping back there.
I think Jerry's talking on this one, right?
Yes. Thank you, Steve. We need the ding like the old-fashioned books on tape, so we know when to trade slides. Okay, so this is the teaching and learning model for the 100% connected learning. Again, families will all have.
Gary, you're muted.
Oh,
She might just be not.
Oh, she's not?
No, she might be muted because you muted to listen to.
can you hear me?
All right, folks, let's keep going. Now I'm going to step in and say, let's pick up the pace a little bit. We're on page 10 of 38.
Are you able to hear me? Because I don't show that I'm muted.
You're good.
Keep going.
Okay. Connected learning, that's for families that choose the 100% connected learning option. It's very important to know that this will mirror the hybrid model. Students will be.
Slides here, this could be a 3 hour. I mean, they're on pace to hit like 4 because they all want to go and talk about it.
Scott, you're not muted.
Let's keep going.
So it will be mirrored as far as what we have for the hybrid model. So it'll be the same education. It'll be divided into 2 cohorts, but they will be connected learning instead. So it's mirroring exactly the same thing. On direct instruction day, connected learning teacher will hold the mandatory synchronous morning meeting at a designated time. So all of those students have that face-to-face. Assignments will be provided for the guided practice and application days, the same as the hybrid model. And on direct instruction days, each teacher will conduct connected learning lessons. They'll be doing literacy, math. It's basically modeling the same thing, but it gives parents the flexibility to do it at home for their students if they're not willing to come back to school. Special ed and related services will be provided on the same basis, and paraprofessionals will be hopefully available, depending on availability, to meet with students via video conferencing platform to help with application of skills. That was very effective this year. That's it.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay, we're going to move on to Mrs. Stoyle now. Now, Glen Lake is going to look a little different. So you've seen a very consistent model and approach with respect to the continuum of classes. Glen Lake is going to look different. And Mrs. Stoyle, please go ahead.
Hey, so we are looking at starting, because of our very unique population of preschoolers and kindergartners exclusively, and many preschoolers and kindergartners, we really need to handle this opening with care and and making sure that we are able to work with small groups of children in order to teach them the procedures and protocols we're going to need to do, and make this a fun place to be and learn, while making sure that we're keeping everyone safe. So our proposal is to open in phase 1 for the month of September, projecting to go into phase 2 in October, depending on health and safety considerations. So with that, students would come into the building for half days once per week, and we would have group sizes of under 10 students. In the building, students would be assigned to those small cohorts in that same space all the time. But the unique thing here is that we'd have a little bit longer for arrival and dismissal, because again, we're teaching these arrival and dismissal routines to young children who, in large part, have never been to school before. So any type of arrival and dismissal takes a lot of learning at this age. So we need even a little more time to do that. And then we're looking at keeping it a little longer day for the kindergartners, so that they would have 3 hours in school, and along with that extended arrival time, so that they have more in-person time. And then we would be able to use our other part of the day in order to support students and families as they approach some of our online pieces for the very first time. Again, we're going to be looking like the elementary schools in that we want to do less screen time, but there are some things that parents will need to learn to access, and guardians, and like our Seesaw platform and those types of things. So this will give us an opportunity in that other part of the day, which will be shortened. It won't be nearly a half day. It'll be a couple hours that will, I think 2.5 hours on one end of the day or the other, so that they can support students and families with office hours, and get them the assistance they need in getting started and doing some of the at-home pieces. Then in phase 2, we would be moving into having 2 cohorts a day. So the other thing that requires is that we have a morning session and an afternoon session, and that's another reason that we're starting in phase 1. In order to be able to do phase 2 effectively, we need to be certain that in less than an hour, we can turn around the building. And that means that we need to be able to disinfect all classrooms. We need to be able to disinfect manipulatives that may have been used by students in a morning session that will be used by a different student in the afternoon. All of that cleaning has to happen within an hour so that we're ready to open our doors to that afternoon session on time. As we are teaching students new routines, we're also learning the kind of boots on the ground part of getting all of this done and making sure that we're able to deliver. So this will give us time in phase 1 to work through those protocols, which will require significant teacher time. You can't disinfect manipulatives on a shelf. They need to be like spread out on tables. And I know that Mr. Loring will be talking later on about how some of that works, but that will give us time to do all of that and know that we can reopen for an afternoon session. So then in phase 2, we will be there for there'll be 4 morning cohorts, 4 cohorts, morning A to K cohort and a morning L to Z cohort, and then the same for the afternoon. And students would have 2 days a week in school, just like the other buildings. Because our time in the midday is devoted to that turnaround, there'll be just enough time for staff to grab a bite to eat before the next session comes in, if we can work it all out the right way. And then we will need that time on Fridays moving forward to be able to give them planning time. That day would also be a day when they could do whole class Zoom calls so that they can build some community through that whole class, with the intention that our group sizes will be getting bigger as we go through phase 2 and phase 3 and moving towards a full reopening. Next slide, please. So to start out with, this is what it would look like in September when we open. We would have the morning cohort 1 on Mondays, morning cohort 2 on Tuesdays, the afternoon cohort 1 on Wednesdays, and then the afternoon cohort 2 on Thursdays. And again, much like you heard in the elementary levels, we want high quality direct instruction in all of our content areas when they're with us. They'll be eating snack in our classrooms, and they will get recess breaks outside, and we're looking for opportunities for delivering some types of instruction outdoors as well. We're going to travel within the building at a minimum, and we're making every effort to minimize mixing of student cohorts. And we would be providing special education and related services within the classroom or in the service provider's location. And the focus, again, like you heard in the elementary schools, the focus of at-home days will be the guided practice and application of content. And again, we want to make sure that we're not just piling on screen time. We looked a lot at what we had as recommendations, and I'll talk about this a little more on the next slide, from our staff and from our families from the spring in thinking about what we wanted this to look like. And we're really excited about at least having that opportunity to get materials to families so that they can do activities at home. And I think the rest is really in keeping with the elementary school, so we can move to the next slide. The connected learning, this is where we really use that, that feedback. And the feedback that we got was that there was an appreciation for the Zoom meetings, for connection, especially at this level, and to give the day some structure. But what parents also told us was that that really wasn't the best way for young children to learn things. And we heard the same from teachers as well. And what really seemed to help were the instructional videos that teachers created or provided for students. And we again heard that from the parents who gave us feedback to this proposal, was that they really appreciated having those videos to return to. And we also heard that parents didn't want to do printing at home, and we agree. So again, we'll be getting materials out to people. Aside from that, I think this is mostly with a few tweaks. We don't have, you know, art and music, but we have motor group and guidance, and so those things will be a part of the connected learning as well. And the learning for anyone choosing that connected learning 100%, they will be connected with the same lessons that the students who are in the hybrid model are receiving. So it will all match up. I think that's it.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Stoyle. MC, the next part we're going to move on to is 1.3, looking at teaching and learning expectations. We have set up in the presentation to go through by school, but I do think you'll see a lot of commonality. So why don't we start with the high school, and then if we can just, Wendy, add anything that's different, or elementary principals add anything that's different. So MC, that.
Yeah, if I may, I did just want to mention so that the board is aware that the teachers gave us a great deal of feedback on the survey that was put out relative to what they believed their needs were for professional development. Their needs focus on technology, instruction, collaboration, social emotional needs, and school reopening guidelines. So primarily the next several slides that you're going to see speak to exactly what it is that the schools are looking to do to provide in regards to that. Kim, want to grab it?
Yes, thank you. So in terms of where the high school is at in our planning, our preparing, and our supporting of teachers in this, we have, as our subcommittee of the reopening team has worked this summer, we have shared as we've gone along our documents with our full faculty and staff. We have provided opportunities for feedback. We have met departmentally. We have had a whole group faculty meeting in the last couple of weeks. And in addition to that sharing and communication piece, we have a professional development Google Classroom that was established during the spring, and really is a collaborative effort among our staff for the sharing of ideas, sharing how they're using technology in their classrooms. That has been maintained, it's been continued to be added to, and teachers are sharing information across that this summer. We have looked at scheduling. We've talked about instructional best practices, both in terms of a fully remote model, the hybrid model, flipped classrooms. We have continued to do some training in the different technology platforms that are available, both Google Classroom, Moodle, talking about some new pieces that we're going to be bringing in. We've talked about classroom setups, what the furniture situation is going to look like, how we're going to arrange the classrooms, and what we anticipate the building protocols to be relative to movement, masks, etc. We're going to use those 6 days of professional development time before we get started with the kids to really solidify, making sure we have consistent expectations. We all are understanding of what the processes are going to be. And we have subcommittee work that is continuing through the summer, looking at the development of a resource map for students, faculty, staff, and families. So when there are questions and what, where can I find more information about Google Classroom, this is where you go. We're going to be looking at creating videos to share out with the community about new practices and protocols within the building. And we will also be doing an update to our handbook and sharing that out with families as well, as we look at some of these changes in our new world.
Thank you, Kim. Wendy.
I will basically echo everything that Mrs. McCann just said. I think she did an exceptional job talking about all of the subcommittee work that all of our schools will be doing. Specifically, our PBIS committee and our Future Ready Skills committees are going to be making a significant amount of videos on everything from hand washing to how to organize your time at home for both our students and our parents to be able to see as well. And I think that everything else that Kim had mentioned as far as traffic patterns, what lunch is going to look like, desk cleaning procedures, all of those will be a part of it as well, with amending our student parent handbook as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Tori?
I think all the elementary schools are in the same place. It's really important for us to be teaching our staff what the new protocols are going to be. I think it's really essential for them to get themselves, to be able to get back in their buildings. And as everybody knows, New Boston's under some construction right now this summer. So giving the teachers times to get acclimated back into the new structure of their classrooms with only 12 desks in them, and really looking at what supplies they need, what materials they need for that to be successful. And also on the processes we're going to need to go through to be able to provide some information and insight to both parents and kids prior to their arrival at our schools.
Thank you, Tori. Suzanne and Jerry?
Our plan is very much the same as what everyone has already said.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
I would echo what's been said by my colleagues, and I agree with Tori as far as staff really needing time to
Kathy, we can't hear you.
Sorry. So I would echo what was said, and again, our team, I would echo what Tori said about instruction at the school. The modular classrooms are waiting to be put together, and so we will have some adjustments in where everybody is doing this in addition to what the school year looks like. So having that time to really collaborate and plan an effective approach is really important.
Thank you. Okay. 1.3, can we move on to 1.4, please? Teaching and learning, educational offerings. So the goal here is to safely provide the most appropriate comprehensive educational experience for each member of our school community. And we have maintained a focus on full programming as best as we can in all areas of the curriculum from pre-K through grade 12. Considerations specifically were given to class sizes and use of facilities based on, obviously, the school plant. Kim, would you like to speak, because this also is true for Mountain View relative to the purposeful scheduling of courses throughout the year?
Sure. One of the things we've looked at as we've built our master schedule is what are the classes that we're going to offer in the first semester versus the second semester. And as we think about how things might continue to unfold, for example, we've made sure that all of our ceramics classes are scheduled for the second semester. That does a couple of things. It provides us a little bit more of an opportunity potentially to know if we are in the building full-time, part-time, but it also allows us to take a look at some of those more hands-on, elective, unique classes and think about, are there some different delivery pieces as well if we are in more of a remote setting? So we've identified those classes that are a little bit more challenging to simply move in and out of the building with, and we've looked at both placement in the schedule, time of year that they're going to be offered for both maximum capacity for students to take them, as well as opportunity to revisit some of what we've done in the past and what we might look to do in the future with them.
So, and when we look at adapting curricular activities, what might that mean? So specifically, if we talk about unified arts, initially, those staff members may be pushing in to classrooms as we try to minimize movement for our students. So what might a PE teacher have to consider if they have to perhaps, can't play kickball on the inside of a classroom? So what are the activities? And their particular curriculum area of specialty has put out guidance on this. So we have our art teachers, we have unified arts, music teachers, everyone looking at how do they adapt their instruction to also follow along with the CDC guidelines and requirements. Slide 1.5, next one, please. Teaching and learning, connected learning. So this speaks specifically for connected learning in a hybrid model, enhanced expectations around attendance and grading. So again, Ms. McCann and both, I believe Mrs. Kohler mentioned earlier that pass-fail assessment and evaluation was specific to the spring of 2020 only. All schools will return to typical grading for 2020-2021 school year, Goffstown High School, with their board-approved 4.0 scale change. Grading practices are defined in each school's parent-student handbook and in the Goffstown High School Program of Studies. Relative to attendance, the return to school plans will, to the best extent possible, mirror the practice prior to March 13, 2020. Daily attendance practices will be reinstated. These practices will be posted to individual school websites and included as part of each school handbook addendum. A separate attendance code will be created and integrated into PowerSchool to designate scheduled out of school days. Moving on.
MC, as you move on, I just want to also share with the board that Sarah Matatal, who's one of our nurses from Mountain View Middle School, is on the call as well. And she's going to be available to speak to some of the health management pieces along with MC. MC?
Thank you. Sarah, I was actually going to do that very same thing. So welcome, Sarah. Sarah worked with the school nurses. She took the lead for us and met not only with school building level teams, but she also was the lead for over 9 hours worth of outside meetings with the nurses relative to the ordering of specific PPE for the nurse's office, looking at protocols, looking at concerns. She's been invaluable in bringing information to us. Teaching and learning, healthy hygiene 1.6. The New Hampshire DHHS and the CDC, they have already developed extensive guidelines relative to personal hygiene practice. Our districts will create practices that will be directly taught, modeled, required, and encouraged. And our schools will create, and you've already heard this, and disseminate videos and other communication tools that will teach these expectations. Sarah, do you want to jump in here and talk about what some of those things might be? I think we had a list of about 6 of them for preventative measures.
Hi, everybody. Yep, I think that there should be a standard set. DHHS has come out, as the CDC has also come out and said there should be certain times during the day for regular hand washing.
Oh, she's not.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
She just has bad internet.
Try again.
So regular
Oh, nice
intervals for hand washing, cleaning of all of the surfaces at regular intervals. I think that most of the schools have purchased, I think Randy will talk about this a little bit more, those fogging machines that'll be done at, set intervals throughout the day and at the end of the day, depending on how frequently classroom spaces and shared spaces are being used. There's a lot of changes that will be happening for the nurses in regards to direct patient care, student care, but I think we're going to go into that at a later time. I do agree with some of the previous statements that education for students and parents is going to be paramount. The sooner we can start doing some of those videos on hand washing, on the expectations of screenings, on keeping kids home when they're sick, that's going to be very beneficial to us because everybody needs to buy into this for it to work. So.
Thank you, Sarah.
Welcome.
Okay. So Ms. Underwood, Tori and I will speak to this slide, Teaching and Learning, Social Emotional Learning, 1.7. Social emotional learning for staff. One of the first things that we have to do is to get our staff into the buildings and have them acclimate, figure out what the new dance is going to be that they do with each other when they pass each other in the hallways. What does it look like when more than one person is in the washroom? What are the policies that people are going to follow? What do practices look like? What is our comfort level? This takes a little bit of time to come back together. In addition to just how do you live in the building, we know that people and students are coming back to us with different mindsets, perhaps, than when they left us. So the superintendent had asked that we look at kind of a comprehensive plan to wrap around everyone. So as part of the SEL measures that we are looking at for staff, we have the Employee Assistance Program, which is available to all staff. We're also working on social emotional learning for our staff members, empathy, self-awareness, relationship building. As part of Senate Bill 282, we are required to provide suicide prevention training for all of our staff. This particular training that we are looking at, NAMI New Hampshire module, is called Connected. It is, it's actually reaching out. It's how do we wrap around and notice and take care, not only of ourselves, but also of our students. So that is a module that we're going to be providing for our staff at the beginning of the school year. We have also established some loss protocols. Should we have staff members or students or community members who pass? We're establishing purposeful and persistent check-ins by administration with individual staff members. And there will be frequent self-care, what I refer to as dipsticking by administration in the form of school-wide feedback, both verbal and written. Tori, do you have anything to add relative to the SEL for staff before I move on to students?
No, I think you're fine, MC. Thank you.
You're welcome. SEL for students, you will see school-specific SEL plans for staff and students. So I give you what we're looking at as more of a high level. We're going to meet students where they are and move them forward. This is one of the foundational tenets of SEL instruction. We will use the SAU 19 transition forms that our teachers filled out around their students. As part of those forms, they captured how did students perform in the video classrooms? Were they comfortable? What kind of homework did kids turn in? Were kids present? Did we need to help find some of these kids? And we've kind of looked at that information, we've collected it, and we will share that with our teachers to start the school year. So teachers will be able to grab onto their kids coming right out of the gate. Teacher provided supports and interventions, in-person and video conferencing. We have established a bank of time where we will be providing before and after school interventions, tutoring, and support at the universal level for all kids. Teachers will purposefully embed SEL instruction into the beginning of the year. SEL instruction into the beginning of the year with relationship buildings and establishing of rules and routines. Tori?
I think those are really important skills, MC. I think one of the things that when we went into remote back in March, teachers had already had the students before them 2/3 of the school year, so they'd already built relationships. When a new school year starts, the teachers get a new cohort of students. And so they're going to spend time in the beginning of the year to get themselves acclimated to their students and getting to know them as people and the things that the kids need and maybe experiences they've had through this process, because not everybody's experience is the same and not everybody is having the same family experience as well. So it's going to be really important that we're not diving right into academics on day one, that we are really spending time and giving our students the opportunities to also get reacclimated to their building. And at the elementary level, we have a number of students who have never been in our building before, either new students or our incoming kindergarten students, our incoming new first graders. So I think it's really important that we pay close attention to our relationships, both with our students, with our families, and with our staff. And that will be a focus. And in the past year, every school in the SAU was doing a SEL study. And we're looking to put some of those things that we learned a year ago into practice this year, but really supporting our social emotional needs for everybody.
Tori, thank you so much for rounding that out. Well done. Appreciate it. And if we can move on to teaching and learning, number 8, Mr. Huft.
So regarding co-curricular activities for SAU 19 this year, as Brian stated earlier, all athletic and co-curriculars are currently on hold. We will be reevaluating that as we get closer to the start date in September. The high school will be following all guidelines put forth by the NHIAA, NFHS, and local, state, and federal organizations. Mountain View will be following similar guidance from their Tri-County League. Decisions regarding the return of athletics and co-curriculars will be made after consultation with stakeholders based on the current conditions at that time. And SAU 19 reserves the right to have parents, students sign waiver agreements in order to participate in athletic and/or co-curricular activities.
Thank you, Justin. We're going to move on now to technology. Mr. Bourget.
All right, so last spring, the SAU purchased 250 Chromebooks for the purpose of remote learning to send home to families that were in need. 25 of them were purchased for New Boston, 225 for Goffstown. We found that that helped, but it was not enough devices to cover everything that would make remote instruction ideal. So for this fall, we are using the ESSER, CARE, and IDEA grants to purchase additional devices. New Boston, through those grants, was able to purchase 24 additional devices, and Goffstown has purchased, we bought 175 with ESSER so far, 95 with IDEA, and we have another 150 in the queue to be purchased through ESSER. The goal here is with these new devices, they will be going in to replace some of the aging technology that we have in the schools, and then we're going to take the older but still fully functional technology, laptops we have in our laptop carts, and they're going to be going home to families to provide us additional tools for remote instruction. We anticipate that we will be getting another, out of this close to 350-ish, maybe closer to 400 devices to go home to families specifically to support the device needs for connected learning.
Thank you, Stephen. Next slide.
In the context of remote support, because with everyone being home, it does make troubleshooting tech issues a little bit challenging. The IT department will continue to provide support for students, families, and staff. Over the last several months, we deployed pretty much everything we could get our hands on: iPads, Androids, Chromebooks, Mac laptops, and so on. And we ran into the overwhelming, how do I use this type of tech support needs. So by deploying our large number of devices that we're going to be sending out, all being the same hardware, that should help. The other piece that we're going to be doing is our library media specialists. Spent a lot of time in the last several months providing support on the how do I use this for the technology, and we will continue to be doing that in the fall.
Thank you. And last technology slide, please, Stephen.
The sanitization. So in terms of sanitizing technology, Randy will talk about this in more detail during his section later on, but all of the computer labs and fixed technology spaces will be sanitized once a day when the spaces are electrostatically cleaned. All of our carts and computer labs will be provided with cleaning materials, and the staff using the technology with the students will be responsible for wiping them down before and after the child's use. Each classroom as well will be provided with sanitizer and microfiber cloths in order to wipe down phones, printers, and other technology that's available in the classrooms. They will be wiped down by an adult as appropriate. We also will have hand sanitizer available in all classrooms and common areas. Users should use hand sanitizer or wash their hands before using devices. Our copy rooms and other common technologies are being evaluated for appropriate ventilation. If we deem that the ventilation in that space is inadequate, devices may be moved. And we're also going to provide the same cleaner by each copy machine so they can be wiped down before and after use.
Thank you, Stephen. So at this point, we will move on to the next section, which is logistics. And the first piece, logistics point one, legal review, Mr. Gross.
Yeah, basically, we have consulted legal counsel, the school district counsel, on many components of this plan, and we'll continue to do so as the circumstances change. As Justin mentioned, we may have to employ the use of waivers, agreements for co-curriculars and athletics. I know that other school districts are doing that. But all along, we do have to make sure that we're taking reasonable precautions with respect to our risks and liability exposures. And we are working with Primex, who's our insurance carrier, as well as our attorney, to make sure that our plans have been reviewed by them.
Thank you, Scott. Next slide, please, Stephen. So in terms of our school campuses, as I shared in my introduction, all of our schools will be in a modified secure campus status. So that will mean that we will restrict access into the buildings, restricting adults coming into the buildings. We will have specific protocols if parents need to pick up children and some of those other pieces. It also means that we will need to adjust some of our emergency drills that we do. So in working with our great chiefs from the fire and police departments, we've already started to discuss some of these things, and we will be making, obviously, adjustments accordingly. You can't do school evacuation drills or fire drills the same way that you did before. So it's going to require us to think about those a little differently, but we're lucky to have such great partners. Next slide. And the last piece, in terms of our emergency operations plan, all board members are aware that we have an emergency operations plan that we develop with police and fire. We will have some alterations. I do want to also point out that some elements of this plan will not be considered public under RSA 193A2I. So that allows us some discretion for the public disclosure of information around emergency preparedness. Next slide. So this one, Jerry, you're going to speak to this along with me, Logistics Reopening Committee. Jerry?
Sure. So the administrative team has been working with 26 members or more, working collaboratively since March to develop district-wide parameters in the area of logistics, health management, facilities, teaching and learning, and technology. As we went through tonight, the planning was comprehensive and served as the overarching framework for the entire SAU. As Brian had mentioned earlier, we every school got together and made a core reopening team with up 8 to 14 staff members representing all areas of their staff and school operations to come down with the logistics that were for each school using the framework. We determined the building level specifics and details using the reopening framework. One important thing is that each building team presented to their parent group at each building, and feedback was collected, used, and reviewed. And the building plans were also shared with staff at each building, and feedback was collected, used, and reviewed at that level as well.
Thank you, Jerry. We will be putting up our building-specific plans for each school shortly. So we had a few things, depending on what actions the boards take tonight and tomorrow night, respectively, but we will post those plans as well. Next slide, please. MC.
You bet. So school handbook changes. Once again, once we know exactly where we're headed from here, when approved, the logistical elements within each school's plan will be operationalized and documented in the form of an addendum to each handbook. The addendum will be posted to each school's website along with the school's current handbooks. What might be in that addendum? Well, things like the wearing of masks, the following of sanitary protocols, adherence to the school traffic patterns, social distancing guidelines, number of students in the washrooms, all this kind of stuff will be quantified and categorized and put as an addendum for the handbooks. Behavioral expectations will also be clarified and stated.
Thank you, MC. Next slide. So our communications plan throughout COVID-19 has been very similar to our communications planning prior. I do serve as our public relations officer, and we take a what I call a centralized and a decentralized approach. So a lot of the communication comes directly from and through me, and then we also have decentralized, which would be coming from the local schools. So we follow the chain of command. We work closely with our first responders and would issue joint press releases, joint statements as needed. We will continue to evaluate what communication protocols we will have if and when we have positive cases. And again, I would reiterate that people who we may not be able to provide as much information as people may like if we do have a positive case, as I've already stated. But we would continue to work closely with DHHS. Next slide, please. So as always, we would expect communication with parents and community members to be returned within 24 hours. Our primary communication methodologies, as you all know, we use extensively video as a communication tool with our constituents, but certainly all of the other modalities. So email, text, voice calls, websites, social media, newsletters, all those kinds of things. And again, I would just state again, Wednesday, August 5th at 7 p.m., we will do a live Facebook session on GTV, and it will be broadcast on YouTube as well. And anyone who has questions, you can submit them at questions@sau19.org. And then each school will do the same type of process as we get closer to August. Next slide, transportation. Mr. Gross and Mr. Huff.
We're going to do beauty before age here. So transportation, SAU 19 has been working with both companies, the STA for regular education and Durham Transportation for special education, to develop protocols around the health and safety of students, monitors, bus drivers, and all of their respective families. We will continue to provide transportation services for grades K through 12 As Brian had indicated previously, we did look at some other options, but we think it's important and that we'll be able to do this. The YMCA will continue to provide bus transportation to and from their facility for before and after school programs. With everything we're doing here, flexibility is important, and as circumstances change with the delivery of the school services that we've been going over tonight, moving between models, transportation will adapt accordingly. Bus routes are subject to change based on driver availability. We ask that students who intend to use bus transportation register with their respective district. There will be something going out this week, and we ask that parents and guardians register their student by August 9th, that's this Sunday, in order to have a ride on a bus for the first day of school. Those who register are committing to ride the bus on a consistent basis. Administration reserves the right to remove a student from the ridership list if they have not used the school bus in 10 days. Ridership will be limited to 1 student per seat, except for siblings who live together. They can sit 2 to a seat. We anticipate this will result in about a 60% capacity in comparison to previous years. Calculating at where we're going to be opening at a hybrid model with 50% of the students, in addition to some additional drivers, we think that will be well within our limits there. All students will be assigned seats on the bus. They should be sitting forward and not get up from their seats nor exchange seats during the ride.
Next slide.
We do ask that they only ride in their assigned seats, and they will be restricted to their assigned buses to and from school from their residence. We will not be able to offer after-school drop-offs to alternative locations. No bus passes will be issued at this point. For their safety, students and drivers are expected to wear face coverings at all times while on the bus and during entry and exiting. On days where circumstances permit and it's safe to do so, windows should be kept open to enhance the flow of fresh air. And our drivers will be sanitizing handrails and seat tops before leaving the bus terminal. They will follow the same procedures between bus runs, and then there will be a thorough cleaning done at the end of each day.
Next slide.
We are asking that parents and guardians screen their children for symptoms of COVID-19 in the morning, and that students with any identified symptoms should not be sent to board the bus. Students will be asked to sit on the window side of their seat to enhance the distancing. We've looked at special education transportation. This is going to be managed in a similar and consistent fashion with the regular education busing. Exceptions will be made for students who, for medical reasons, cannot wear a mask. And we also ask that parents and guardians please do their best to help monitor students at the bus stop before they get on our buses to help ensure social and physical distancing.
Thank you, Justin. Moving on to the attestation release process, Mrs. McGrath.
Thank you. So this is an element that we were out ahead of quite early in the process when our buildings were closed and we started to reintroduce staff into the buildings. Before anybody was allowed to come back on site in either Goffstown or New Boston buildings, they were required to fill out an attestation form to ensure that they were safe to return and that they wouldn't be putting any of their coworkers in jeopardy. This attestation has morphed over the last couple of months as conditions have changed and as more information has become available. So this form will continue to be used. We are looking to create a similar tool for parents to attest to student status prior to the start of the school year. Next slide. Similarly to the attestation, we also have a daily screening for all of our staff who are coming on site into any of the buildings. The symptom screening also has morphed as conditions change and information becomes available regarding symptoms and what we should be screening for. We're constantly monitoring the guidance from Department of Health and Human Services and CDC and modifying questions based on that guidance. It is important to note that not only does the daily symptom screening ask about health status, it also asks about any exposures to folks who may have COVID-19 or are suspected to have it, as well as travel related questions based on, again, New Hampshire state guidance around travel recommendations. And again, as the superintendent mentioned early, and it's been mentioned a few times throughout the presentation, we will be looking to parents to doing these screenings for their students, making sure that they're not coming on site, and we will continue to do that for staff.
Thank you, Kate. Next slide, please. So Mr. Loring is going to speak to this along with the principals, building entry and exit. And I think big picture at this point, Randy, all of the details for each unique specific site we don't have to go into, but just obviously we have enhanced expectations around entry and dismissal. Randy?
Yes, along with the entry as well as dismissal, the building principals have identified the entrance points and to the number of the buildings where folks will be coming in and out of, and a lot of the buildings, the same door that a certain group of folks may come in as it relates to area of where their classes are, will be exiting through those same doors. At the beginning of each school day, after the students and faculty are in their spaces, the custodial staff will use the electrostatic sprayers that we have. We have backpack and handheld units along with ones on carts that we will go to all of the doors that are being used and electrostatically spray them to disinfect them on the outside as well as the inside of the main entry points of the building. And again, it's working with the building's administration to best identify how the entrance and the exits will be handled and how the custodial staff can help support them to get folks safely in and out of the buildings.
Next slide.
Here as well, working with the building principals, because each school has their own distinct travel patterns in the school, because obviously the high school travel pattern looks very much different than it does at Bartlett or Glen Lake or Maple Avenue. So, and right now it is looking as is putting down symbols on the floor to show the direction of pattern. And if we deem that this works at each of the schools, is right now some of the buildings, it will be a temporary because it's a moving plan to see is what we think will work. Is it going to work, or is it effectively working, so that we have the ability to change it? And when we realize that the pattern that is set forth in the building works, we will do a more permanent solution, which would in some cases mean removing some of the floor finish in the areas where these logos are going and putting them down on the floor, and then putting the finish over the top to keep the integrity of what the signage looks like. And again, we'll be using that the signage building specific to how the flow in the building is going to go.
Thank you, Randy. And for the awareness piece, we'll be creating videos for students, and we'll make sure they're all really appropriately trained. So moving on to the next slide, we have here, and I think we can maybe go through these a little quickly, but these are some examples of what a socially distanced classroom would look like. This is rearranging furniture. This is limiting the number of kids. This is making sure that they're appropriately spaced out. And so again, I think a lot of these are similar. So that's the high school. Stephen, next slide. Next, you would see the middle school. Some of these involve some of the sneeze guards and some of the protections that we have. Those would also be on tables and some of the other areas of the classroom. And next would be elementary classrooms. So again, very similar setup, and again, following all of those CDC guidelines, trying to keep kids away from each other, trying to slow that transmission. And lastly, we would have some kindergarten classrooms. These would be Goffstown examples. I don't think we have an example here from New Boston, but they would be very, very similar. So thank you for those. Let's move on to the next slide, please, 313. Mrs. Kohler?
Yes, so we'll be looking for our pre-K through 6th grade students staying in one classroom throughout the day, so staying as one cohort. The only time that our students will be moving is at Mountain View, and our 5th and 6th graders. We would like our 5th and 6th graders to move to their UA classes, knowing that especially our physical education teachers are going to want to get our kids outside to the fields as much as possible, weather permitting. Students in grades 7 through 12 will be moving from class to class. At Mountain View, we are going to try to stagger our start and end times between our teams so that we'll have less traffic flow in the hallways. We will try to keep our cohorts together as much as possible at Mountain View, but we know that due to world language, algebra, geometry, and for some of our elective classes, that may not always be possible. That will certainly be true at Goffstown High School as well, where students will be moving from class to class. And because they do offer different sections with things like AP classes and different electives, they will make sure that their students are masked while walking to all of those destinations and will follow all of the established marked traffic patterns. However, they will have some mixing of cohorts over at Goffstown High School as well.
Thank you, Wendy. Next slide. Mrs. Pishka?
Yes, so contact tracing is disease control strategy to help break the chain of disease or transmission. The cohorts will be limited and tracked to assist with potential COVID exposure, allowing for isolation, quarantining, and further contact tracing. The schools, as we've already mentioned, will work with the Department of Health to identify potential exposures to the virus. And as the superintendent's already mentioned as well, that he's investigating training staff in the Johns Hopkins contact tracing model, which is an online class.
It's about a 6-hour class that's available for anyone who is interested to take it for free. I looked it over. I thought it looked like a really interesting thing that I think we're going to explore a little more, but I think at this point, Health and Human Services has the capacity for contact tracing, but I think anything that makes us more effective at supporting these types of efforts are certainly good things. So thank you, Suzanne. We'll move on to the next slide, please. Mr. Loring, bathroom access.
There we go. Okay, again, working with the building administration, which will help get folks into the bathroom safely in smaller groups. We are looking to take, like in the men's room, for example, the middle urinal out of commission, so to speak, to social distance there, and also at the sinks is taking the middle sinks out to space the folks out. And at the high school, they do have hand dryers in the building, in those restrooms. And at the same time, we will be looking on a 90-minute schedule to have the custodians go into each of the restrooms in the building. So there's going to be clipboards at the entrance of each of the restrooms that shows the time and who was in the room, that they would go into the room. They will wipe any surfaces that are wet, they will dry them, and then they will go in again with the electrostatic sprayer. They will spray the bathroom, which will just take really a few minutes to do or less. Then that space will be 4 minutes. And after 4 minutes that the restrooms will be back in use, and they'll actually stay at the doors to make sure that the 4 minutes has safely passed before they move on to the next restroom.
Thank you, Randy. Next slide, Mrs. Bizzarro.
Hello. As you've already heard, in all levels, the students will be eating in their classroom. We will be utilizing our NutriSlice app so that we can have pre-ordered and delivered to the classroom. The meals specifically for students and staff. At Mountain View, we will be at all 4 entrances with a breakfast kiosk for kids to grab and go. And the high school will utilize our senior CAF with social distancing, 1 entrance, 1 exit, and then off to class that they will go. At this time, we are anticipating having our vending machine in service at the high school. There will be a setup of a hand sanitizer there. As you know, those machines do allow the students to utilize their lunch accounts, which is how we anticipate that to work, to keep the cash levels down. Next slide. As you know, we've been doing the Free Meals for Kids program since approximately April. At this time, USDA has not continued any of the summer waivers for free into the next year. There are 2 bills pending at the federal level. And if that passes, that would be wonderful and a lot easier for everyone involved. Again, as I mentioned before, meals will be offered for pre-order, also for our students learning remotely. And meal accounts will be charged according to eligibility. So that would be full pay, reduced price, or nothing if they're eligible for the free meal program. Payment for meals next year is strongly recommended via our online payment system. We would really appreciate the reduction of cash or checks coming into the buildings. It will be still accepted, but we are encouraging parents to pay for at least 2 weeks of meals, whether that be 2 weeks of breakfast and 2 weeks of lunch, minimally, to again reduce that point of contact, and also for ease of bookkeeping for us. We are also, per the regulation EF, charging limits will be at $20 per child, as we are anticipating some delays in terms of posting deposits to students' accounts, in terms of making sure that we are handling those in a safe manner for the food service staff. And
just really quickly, so that would be a policy change that I would want the boards to be aware of, that regulation upping the amount to $20. That is a change in that regulation. Megan, thank you. I know that I speak for the entire community when I thank you and your team for continuing to provide meals to our kids this summer. So thank you for everything you've done.
It's been our pleasure.
Next slide. Mrs. Stoyl.
Hi. First, I'd like to echo the thanks to Megan. That's been a great thing. So sharing of materials, there are some materials within our buildings that have to be shared, but the sharing of materials will be significantly restricted, and students will be given their own supplies whenever possible. So they'll have individual work bins that will be provided with students with their own pencils, crayons, glue, etc. Materials like math manipulative calculators, and those kinds of things that can't be proprietary to one student will be provided for individual use during the class and then disinfected between student use. Some shared supplies and equipment like early childhood dramatic play areas and sensory tables will be stored for the time being, and alternative options for those will be explored. So other options for dramatic play or individual sensory bins, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Moving on to the next slide, Mr. Loring and Mrs. Berry.
Yes, on this slide, I would have to say, if I could just take a second, and I would have to recognize Dawn Tabor, who is our building supervisor for the maintenance and the custodial staff, who has worked very diligently on getting the orders from all of the departments at the school, and just a real taskmaster of making sure that these things have ordered, that they came in, that we got what we asked for, which is, she has really been instrumental on helping us with the securing this, the PPE for the district. As you can see, and with also the state has helped us a number of times throughout the summer with being able to put in orders for face masks, the gloves, some face shields. And as you've seen in one of the other slides there, that we have ordered a number of the desk shields, the disposable gowns, the sneeze guards, which I believe there are some of them set up in the media center now. I'm not sure if the camera can pick them up or not, what they look like. We've gotten at first the KN95 masks, which are not the the N95 mask, but then later became available. And again, Dawn secured the number that was requested by the nurses to help with the PPE for them. We have all of the buildings and the nurses have a number of the infrared touch-free thermal scanning, the hand sanitizer, the hand soap, disinfectant bottles will be in all of the classrooms with wipes so that the teachers within the classrooms can use these materials. These materials that we're using, the chemicals, are right from the CDC website as recommended for us to use, which we secured, which is really nice, especially with the electrostatic sprayers. It's all a premix, so it's just a basically pour and go. And the electrostatic sprayer uses this as well, and we can put it also into spray bottles and to spray and wipe, which we're doing. Like I said, all of the schools, a number of the schools have the handheld units and the backpack units. The Mountain View Middle School, the high school have also the same with the backpack hand sprayers and also a cart that you can wheel around that you plug into and move around the building. We are increasing the cleaning schedules for the buildings, as it goes to with the PPE and helping to make sure that the custodians go into all of the spaces and clean them first, and then followed up with the electrostatic sprayers to making sure that the spaces are all safe and ready to go at the beginning of every day.
So as we talk about the big spaces, Sarah, if I could put you on the spot for just a minute, when the student enters the nurse's room, how does what we see in front of us make a difference?
So there's been a few theories, not theories, but some proposed protocols come down from DHHS. We are going to assume that any new symptom in a kiddo is potentially COVID. That's what Dr. Chan has been sort of pushing, because we just don't know. Kids are presenting very differently than adults are. So if a kid comes in and we suspect that they're symptomatic, they will be isolated. The nurses are going to wear a higher level of PPE than a lot of the other staff. So that's going to be sort of our protocol in the nurse's office when we do have a student that comes in symptomatic or suspected, or that we know may have had a family member that is symptomatic or suspected.
Sarah, is it also, it's fair to say that the nurses compiled their own specific list of PPE based on medical recommendations, and all of that has been received and you guys are ready to go?
Yep. Aside from the N95s, which my understanding is are almost impossible to get, we did get KN95s and other things. We are working on getting fit tested, which is a requirement for N95 masks through the Manchester Health Department. That's still in the works, but we're working on it. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Mrs. McGrath.
Thank you. So as Superintendent Bulky described at the beginning, really staffing is a critical element to the success of effectively reopening. And as we start to get in more data from parents relative to how many students will be electing to be fully remote, and those that will be on site in the hybrid model as proposed. We will be looking at how our staff can effectively be used to support those numbers. We recognize, as we do in any year with common colds, with the flu, that there will be absences and that we will need to provide coverage. And typically our paraprofessionals are our first, well, I should say our substitutes are our first option for coverage, and then we look to our paraprofessionals. We have also been successful in utilizing staff with free periods to cover when needed. This year with our substitutes, we have about 125 substitutes that are currently on our roster. We have been in communication with them recently, seeking out any individuals who are interested in having specific building assignments so that they would just be ready and available all days to go to specific buildings. We're also looking to limit the transitions for our substitutes between buildings as we limit cohorts of our kids and of our teachers moving about, that we're trying to also limit how many different cohorts our substitutes are exposed to. So we are working on those numbers. We know right now we have about 31 of our substitutes that have responded and affirmed that they are still able to continue to support us in our on-site model. And we will be providing training for those substitutes. We're also going to be doing a push for more substitutes. So now more than ever, it's critical that we have the support of the community. And if there are folks who are available to come in and provide support for our buildings to, help proctor classrooms when teachers are out. We're looking at different modes of teacher delivery if they are symptomatic and cannot be on site, that we would work with substitutes on to still try and deliver the best educational model for our students. And we are also looking at reaching out to our alumni for classroom coverage. We know that many of our colleges have either put the brakes on or looked at some other kind of model for kids returning in the fall. And so we're hoping that amongst the alumni within the two towns that we might also be able to drum up some additional support for classroom coverage in that area. So on our parent survey that we are going to be doing this week, as we've talked about, we will be including an inquiry to see if additional folks can help support us with the substitute coverage needs. And we continue to talk and look at any possible creative way that we can to think to back up our teachers, back up our paraprofessionals, be creative with sharing teachers, staff sharing the kids that they're teaching so we can have coverage at all times. Next slide. So one of the factors that has become and that we were very aware of is the need for our own staff member who have childcare concerns. So for staff who live in the district, if we are in a hybrid model and their kiddos are home 2 days a week, or if a staff member lives in another district that may be opening in a hybrid, that may be going in a fully connected learning model, we recognize that we have significant concerns around childcare. In a recent staff survey that we did in the middle of July, we've got about a third of staff that have come back thus far identifying childcare as a big concern for them, and how do they support their own children who are home doing remote learning. So we are looking at a number of options for staff and trying to support them in balancing all of the competing priorities that we all experience. One of the things that we're looking at is flexibility for staff to bring school-aged children on site with them if it is their connected learning day, so that they would be able to sit in the classroom, do their schoolwork, and not be left home alone. We are looking at before and after school care, specifically with the YMCA and the New Boston Rec Department. We are also working on coordination with the YMCA Allard Center around full day childcare. And specifically, we're looking at an intermittent model with them. So the Y has been phenomenal in working with us and trying to provide some creative options to support our staff, knowing that they're going to be in this position and knowing that for on-site learning to be successful, we need them here. So Scott, do you want to talk a little bit more about the Y program?
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Yeah, you said the Y has been a really great partner with the school district, and they're looking to have, I believe, up to 150 spots available, and those are the entire week spots. So in that particular case, you could be looking at 300 if it was 2 days a week, 2 to 3 days a week. So they're going to be opening up a registration shortly for that, Kate, and for others. We're also looking at a potential for the Y working with the New Boston Rec Department. New Boston Rec does a before and after school program, and if they were not able to do something during the day, we are speaking with the Y about that possibility. I also wanted to let board members know that I sent an email out to some childcare facilities in Goffstown today. I'm waiting on the list for New Boston shortly, and I'll send that out as well. So just to let those facilities know that there will probably be, a greater need, in the weeks to come to get them, prepared more or less. So, more news to follow. And again, I think for those who are in need of full day childcare, the first route would be the YMCA.
And Scott, just to round that out and to clarify, that would be available for both New Boston and Goffstown.
Oh yeah, that is correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Next. Okay.
Sure. So since COVID hit back in March, we've been continuously working, collaborating with each of our 4 unions around all of the many elements that impact our staff on a daily basis. So we continue to be doing ongoing work with them as we identify areas of concern relative to the contracts that are in place and working conditions. We also have had union representation on each of the reopening committees at the building levels, making sure that they're aware of the elements that are being discussed at each progression that we move through. So Brian and I will continue to work with them. We consider this an incredible partnership. Our folks have been great. They've brought really great ideas to the table. And I think that, we'll continue to collaborate and communicate to make sure that we're addressing all of the elements that we need to make sure we have a safe working environment for our staff and students.
Thank you, Kate. Next slide, we'll move on to our last section of the plan, which is health management. Kate?
So in terms of individual health risk factors, we did a communication again in July to all of our staff, and they have been invited to communicate with me regarding any specific individualized health risk concerns. We have had a number of staff who have responded. I think Brian mentioned 20 to 25% at the beginning of the presentation who have reached out to us. And again, that does include, the folks who have concerns about childcare as well as health risk concerns. And this is a very individualized process. So we continue to work with staff individually, identifying what their needs are, what their concerns are. And as our reopening plans are solidified and we know more about our numbers relative to students and the cohorts, we will continue to work with those staff members trying to find ways that meet their needs as best we can, while also supporting the learning model that we need to deliver.
Thank you, Kate. Next slide, MC.
Nursing services, expanded model, the ability to isolate students. So suspected COVID-19 cases should be isolated from the general population as soon as possible. Isolation rooms have been assigned in each school. These rooms are separate from the nurse's office and wherever possible have a window and a designated bathroom. The school nurses in each building have worked with their building administrator to look at location, what makes sense. In many cases, Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that these rooms are located pretty much right next to the nurse's office. In some cases, it is possible that the isolation room will become the nurse's office and the nurse will be moved into a room next door, because rather than having students going to our nurses for a lot of things, our nurses are going to be mobile. They're going to be attending to student needs. Dismissal with a parent or guardian will occur as quickly as possible, utilizing the closest exterior door for dismissal to minimize exposure to others. Sarah, do you have anything to add to that?
The expectation from DHHS is that all symptomatic or suspected cases will be masked. So that will be a requirement if we suspect that there's a child or a staff member, obviously taking into account developmental issues and special needs. I think that there's some room for discussion of clean room versus isolation room and where those places happen in the buildings. I agree that the nurses are going to be very mobile. That being said, there does have to be some designated places to do treatments and care that are going to be required throughout the day for both COVID and non-COVID related issues that come up.
Exactly. Thank you.
Slide. So I think for this next one, plan for illness management, I think we've already covered most of these pieces. So I think we can skip that next one and go on to number 5, absenteeism tracking and analysis. MC?
Sure. So hang on, I'm one behind you, sorry. Okay. So for students, as a practice, SAU 19 nurses track, record, and submit instances of illness that are prevalent or trending within the Goffstown and or New Boston schools to the superintendent's office on a daily basis. This practice has been done typically during flu season. Maybe if a school's got an uptick in tummy viruses or sore throats, maybe if more than one school does because siblings are starting to share these things. Perhaps we have a student who presents with a cough that could be suspected as a whooping cough. These are the things that we track and we have monitored, certainly since I've been in this position, and those reports are sent to Brian. Our nurses are terrific about gathering that information when they're asked to mobilize, and it does come to us on a daily basis, depending on the urgency, and sometimes on a weekly basis. So we will continue that same practice for tracking, recording, and reporting cases and illnesses associated with COVID-19.
Thank you, MC.
You're welcome.
I think we've already talked about sort of the planning pieces around if we had an outbreak or a cluster. So I think we can skip that and go on to facilities. Mr. Loring, I think we've already covered a lot of this, but enhanced cleaning and sanitizing consistent with CDC recommendations. Randy?
Yeah, and we are, like I said, the chemicals that we're using are all pre-mixed, so it's very consistent that we're getting the proper dilution rate as we go into spaces, that we're using really, Brian, if I may say, the same policies and procedures we've used even prior to the COVID outbreak, where materials that are used in one classroom to clean a classroom are basically not used in the following room. We're using microfiber technology with rags and floor cleaning materials. That materials, like I said, used in one room will not be transferred over to the next room. So each space will have its own set of cleaning materials, and each of the buildings have washing machines in them so laundry can be done as far as laundering these materials with the microfiber detergent to making sure that the materials that we're using are disinfected as well. And as we've heard earlier, that lunches will be served in the classrooms, and working with the building's administration that at the end of each of these lunch periods that we're going to be putting extra receptacles in the classroom for those the waste after lunch will go into these containers and will be put outside of the classroom doors, and the custodians will come with the large tub rollers collecting this trash down the hall to be quick in an effective manner to pick up the trash that is generated from the lunches. Like I said, there is spray bottles and wipes in each of the rooms to clean up any areas that would need to be cleaned up after the lunch. And again, those would be taken out of the building and putting in the trash receptacles that are outside of the buildings. And we're looking at adding custodial support on the day shifts, and especially in the buildings where they have just a single custodian in a building, which would be Glen Lake, Bartlett, and Maple, and as well as New Boston, is creating having multiple people in the buildings to help share some of the tasks that we have to do on a more frequent schedule, like the cleaning of the bathrooms and things such as that.
Thank you, Randy. And next slide. So let's talk about a little more about air exchange and ventilation. Randy, please continue.
Yeah, right now in the majority of our buildings, and more so I'll point out in the classrooms, that these are exhaust fans pull the air that is to be removed from out of the spaces that are exhausted into the atmosphere, and we have intake ducts that pull in, and they do not mix, so all the air is clean, fresh outside air. We would look to enhance that on the days where it is, especially as we're coming into the fall, where we're able to do it, is to open the windows to help also pull in more fresh air into the spaces. There are spaces, for example, that are air conditioned, like the media center, and obviously where the servers would be, or in the front halls or in the front offices where there is air conditioners. There is some air that is mixed in with the outside air to temper the spaces as far as the heating goes. So those spaces are, as it's pointed out here, like the media centers, the gym at the Bartlett School, the theater, any places basically where there are AC units. And again, like I said, the classrooms are not AC, so that's 100% fresh air, and that's driven by the exhaust air. And what we need to be careful of is, because our equipment is older in these spaces, as we look to increase the airflow that the exhaust fan pulls out is being brought in. And when we get into the fall season where the temperatures get cooler, we have to be careful not to pull air across the heating coils at a rate where we would have freezing issues. So we are using MERV 8 air filters, which is basically designed, it's a commercial filter that is used, and trying to, the higher the number, the tighter the weave. And the issue that we have is if you go higher than what is recommended for this equipment, you would have a problem with the equipment heating up, because it will struggle to pull air through those filters. So we could have some equipment failure by putting in a higher rated MERV filter. So we need to be very cognizant of that. And all of the filters in our buildings will be completed at the end of next week. So we'll start the school year with all of our filters being changed. We're right now scheduled to do it every quarter to have filters changed out. It takes about a week to do so. And if we're going into some areas and it looks like, and they'll be monitored daily by our maintenance person that we've brought on board to help us with this, that manages these spaces, and they're looked at daily and at times multiple times during the day, just to make sure that the equipment is running properly. All buildings have been looked at, as far as the exhaust and intake, where it's applicable, that all exhaust fans have been cleaned, the motors have been PM'd, lubed where needed, belts replaced, just to start the year off knowing where we're at, that we're going to get the most out of the equipment that we have as possible. Like I said, they are monitored multiple times through the day to make sure that they are running to the manufacturer's specification as close as we can. And then some of the ones that we're looking at, or have the ability to, that they will do pulley changes if necessary, and then would have to switch back into the colder months to making sure that we're not creating issues as we're trying to solve one issue, is creating an issue where we actually lose a unit, and it would minimize airflow in spaces. So we're just trying to be very cognizant of that. Like I said, and I know John is our maintenance worker, and with Jerry Paris and all the folks to, again, looking at the equipment, and we'll make adjustments as needed as we move, as we find issues that may arise as we get into bringing the folks back into the schools.
Thank you, Randy. Next slide. So this would just be a quick reminder that in Goffstown, Mountain View Middle School is our emergency shelter, as is New Boston Central School and Community of New Boston. Both of these facilities need to be ready for any town emergency function at any point in time. So we continue to work very closely with our chiefs. And it's also important, if you're not aware, that Goffstown High School is considered a point of dispensing, which is a location geographically within the region in Hillsborough County where any vaccine would be administered if public health officials desired to do that. We have never done this except for a drill. We did a drill probably 10 years ago at this point, but if there were circumstances that a vaccine were being done on a wide scale basis, Goffstown High School would likely be one of the key places in Hillsborough County. So we always want to have those facilities ready to go for those purposes. And our very last slide, thank you all for your diligence and patience and attention. Policy KF and our access for facilities use remains suspended. So as was the case back in the spring, that continues to be the situation with respect to policy KF. So at this point, Mrs. Lambert, that's our full presentation. We're certainly ready, willing, and available, all the administrators, to answer any questions that board members may have.
Thank you very much. That's very comprehensive. So I guess at this time, why don't we, as a board, if anybody has any questions or comments or clarifications, now I guess would be a good time. So Jared, I see your hand up.
First, let me say thank you very much for the entire staff and the committee members for putting together such a comprehensive listing of material. It just goes to show how blessed we are to have a community that goes above and beyond the work that they do. So first, thank you very much. And I think that was the appropriate comment to give to start off.
Thank you.
I do have several questions, but I don't want to be the only one talking. I'm sure everybody does. But I'll yield the rest of my time after I say, again, thank you for all the work that the committee has done. That was very well done. And I'm sure we're going to have many public comments coming up and many questions for the rest of the night. So thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Jared. I think we all echo what you just said. It's a lot. Very appreciative.
I can get us. Actually, I will start by saying I had piles of questions and almost all of them got answered in this thorough presentation. So, and I was really trying to listen carefully. This will be repeated on a GTV or on our website so that parents can rewatch it?
I believe so, yes.
Yes,
Right.
okay. Did I understand we now have 177 school days?
That's our recommendation.
Okay. The one big thing, geez, I got to flip through it because you answered everything, was what is happening with Friday? I heard different things at different grade levels, but at the lower grade levels, our teachers don't get daily preps, whereas they do at the middle school and the high school. So
our teachers do get preps. They don't get the same
not daily.
number. So
At the
by
elementary
level,
schools, they
the
get
number
3.
of preps that they get is a little different.
Different, yeah. Time and the number per week is different. It sounded like middle school and high school, Friday, the teachers will be on Zoom with their students, having interaction with them directly throughout the day. I guess that'll be scheduled, the kids will know.
Yeah, it's a synchronous day.
Right.
Where kids are required to be online. at
But
certain
pre-K
points.
through 4, what are the teachers doing on Friday?
Mrs. Pishka, you want to field that one?
Sure. Ellen, for September, the plan is that we will follow the executive order regarding special ed meetings and 504 meetings. So Fridays will be designated, the 3 Fridays that we have will be designated for that. The other staff who aren't meeting will continue to work collaboratively and create their lesson plans. Our recommendation following September is that we alternate Fridays for in-person days with the cohorts.
Okay. So will they be in the school or will they be doing this remotely?
We would have alternating Fridays for each cohort, so they would be in person with their teacher.
Am I correct? Thank you. Did I hear that each of the schools will be making a variety of videos?
Yes.
Like instructional videos
Yeah,
demonstrating different things?
We want to teach the kids what to expect before they arrive on their first day.
Very
So
good.
they're going to
Wonderful.
preload a lot of that teaching. And think about, it's going to be everything from how to ride on the school bus to how to enter the building, to what the expectations are in traveling to their classrooms, and sort of all of those logistical elements in between.
Okay, I will say, I've received a lot of positive feedback from the weekly videos that you put out from March to June, telling the community what was going on in the schools and all. And a lot of parents have said to me that they greatly appreciated getting that. So these might be very effective. And again, I'll echo what Jared said. This is a phenomenal job, putting this all together. And a lot depends on, it can change in a moment kind of thing. We need our staff, and greatly appreciate the fact that they're working together with us to make this happen. And I know that we're flexible, very supportive as a board of not just our staff, but our kids and the community at large. So thank you, and the entire administration.
Thank you.
Very thorough.
Are there any other questions? Bill?
Do we have any plans for New Boston students that are transitioning to 7th grade?
Yeah, Mrs. Kohler, do you want to speak to New Boston students matriculating to Mountain View as 7th graders? Actually, Tori as well.
Absolutely. So if we go back to June, we actually ran a virtual step-up day for our New Boston students, where each of our teams of teachers put together video presentations introducing them to 7th grade. We also had several Zoom sessions for kids to come into to ask questions. We had some of our current 7th and 8th grade students that were in there that were able to answer some questions for our students and introduce them to the building. We also offered one specifically for students who were choosing chorus, band, or orchestra. And also we did one for athletics as well. At the beginning of the year, regardless of grade level, we are going to be doing lots of getting to know you activities, regardless of the type of environment that we're coming back into, because we know that this is going to be a huge transition for all of our kids, not just our incoming 5th graders and our New Boston students.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Ginny?
Not to be a downer, I know that a lot of work has gone into this, and I think your plan is wonderful. Very comprehensive. I know everybody worked on it on all levels and put a lot of time and effort in it. I think it's well thought out. I do have concerns about for kids and teachers though. And I know kids have to come back to school, but there's a lot of repercussions. And I'm coming from just having lost my uncle to COVID, having been in the hospital this summer, suspected in a COVID ward. Stuff is really scary. And it's not just like you hear on the news, it's just a hoax and fake news, and it's not really as bad as it seems to be. So I'm kind of scared, and I just want to make sure that there's some things in place that our staff, number one, is well cared after for us because we are their employers, and our kids are well taken care of as well, and put in a safe environment, which I know a lot of work has gone into it. Also, I'm a pediatric nurse, so my whole life I've been taking care of kids with chronic illnesses. And I know with this disease, people don't always die of it, but a lot of them do, as they recover, end up with chronic diseases for the rest of their lives. And I'm concerned that our staff members may be in that position because they're the people that will catch the disease most likely. So I just want to make sure that, like, if staff members are out, that they're going to get their like insurance premiums paid, and they'll be able to come back to their positions afterwards. And that all of those kinds of things have been thought out for staff members ahead of time. And just, I wonder if those things have been thought of and just, I don't know, have they been thought of, how we're gonna protect people that may have ongoing
Sure.
problems from coming back to take care of our kids?
I'm going to defer this question to Mrs. McGrath.
Okay.
There, in addition to some of our own local practices, there are also relevant pieces of legislation from the CARES Act, the Family First Corona Act. Kate, can you speak to this?
Sure. So, Ginny, first and foremost, I think, you know, we echo your concerns, and this certainly has been, as Brian stated in the beginning, we can't guarantee eliminating all risk. And so we've taken all of the guidance and information that's available to us, and that continues to come to us, and we continue to try and put practices and protocols in place to give us the best chance of success. So in terms of, you know, specific staff concerns, I had spoken a little bit earlier that, you know, those with underlying health conditions we're working with individually. You know, folks are working with and talking to their doctors about their own health status and what that looks like coming back into the building. And so between the employees and their own medical providers, and what we have available to offer them for support, and trying to find ways to heighten any kind of safety measures that we can based on their own individual need, we're taking those steps. And if leave happens to be something that staff members need, Brian mentioned there are a number of new legislative pieces that came out in April that will run through December 31st that we will work with staff on. You know, our folks do have good benefit provisions that will also take care of them. And really, at the end of the day, we need to work with each individual staff member to assess their concerns, their personal risk level, and how we can support them through that. So it's really an individualistic process.
But we will be supportive of, you know, no one's going to be ending up with no insurance or whatever because they've been out and they haven't been able to pay their premiums because they haven't been working. And I mean,
well, sorry.
Some kinds of those kinds of things in place for, we have janitors that are going to be cleaning up things all the time. They really are at risk, you know, and they're not in the top of the ladder of payment. So I'm concerned for people from all over our school district.
Yes, and you know, there are provisions that at least at the start, and it's for some employees. So, you know, there are not blanket provisions across the board that if somebody that guarantees that, you know, benefits would continue or pay would continue. So we need to look at each specific scenario, and you know, we will work through all of their potential eligibility for each of the laws and leave provisions and other accommodation provisions that they might be eligible for. And, you know, after those options have all been exhausted, you know, the superintendent and I tend to take those situations with a heavy heart, and we try to work with our employees as best as possible. And I think that if we found ourselves in a situation where we found we needed to come back to the board and ask for additional coverages or things to extend to our employees because the current provisions do not support them, then we would certainly, I think, Brian, be open to taking that step.
Are there any positions that you know that we need to add to the staff right now as far as, are we going to need more nursing?
Yeah, so I would say, and I might defer if any of the other administrators, I think the two areas of staffing at this point that we're potentially interested in exploring further, certainly one is substitute teachers. So we're very concerned. We had a sub shortage before the pandemic. We had a shortage of bus drivers before the pandemic. So I would say those two areas we're concerned about our ability to staff. In terms of adding positions, we've talked about whether we thought we would need potentially to explore additional nursing supports. At this point, I think we're in pretty good condition. We have 2 nurses at the high school, 2 nurses at the middle school, and a full-time RN in all of the other buildings. I would just reiterate, live free or die, we're not even required to have nurses in New Hampshire schools, which sounds like a crazy thing for me to say, but nursing services are not a required element of the minimum standards in the state of New Hampshire. I can't imagine running schools without nurses. Taking care of the health of all of our students is so critically important. But in terms of required nursing services, that's the reality. And the other place I would say, Ginny, is custodians. So we've spoken with Mr. Loring and have advised him if he felt like I cannot have a situation where Randy doesn't have the staffing to do the cleaning that we need to do. So whether that might mean a need for some additional contracted services or some other individuals to help support, I would say those substitute teachers, bus drivers, potentially nursing services, particularly if nurses became ill. If we had nurses who were out, that would instantaneously create a hardship for us. And then lastly, custodial support.
And also, is our home to school person still at half time?
Yes.
Is that something that we need to think to increase at this time?
We haven't, unique and specific to COVID, I'm not sure, Ginny.
Yeah.
I think Jill Gerolman, who's been with us for a long time in that role, I think Jill has felt that she's had sufficient time. In addition to serving as kind of that social work piece with families, she also is our court liaison. So she will attend court hearings on behalf of the district and help support families through that process. But Jill has been half-time now for 2 or 3 years. And so far, we've not had any requests for additional time from her.
And are we going to have benchmarks like written down ahead of time, both with staffing and, excuse me, and this is allergies, this isn't anything I have to worry about, both with health and staffing, as to when we'll move from one phase to another, so that people know ahead of time, well, or, we may be there next week, that we may have to be.
Well, so I would say in general, the movement between phases is an imperfect science. So I tried to give the boards and community members kind of a big picture perspective. This would be information that I would welcome from public health. It shouldn't be on school administrators to establish criteria of when and how to open schools. It shouldn't be on school administrators to make a determination if we can have increased capacity in our school or decreased. It shouldn't be my responsibility to identify the public health criteria to move between these phases. So I think that I've tried to explain it as best I can in terms of how I've thought through this, but really these would be the types of things that we would look to public health instead of them just saying it's a local decision. I understand it's a local decision, because the cases in Coos County are different than Rockingham and Hillsborough, but they could still give us the guidance. The state did not come out and mandate masks. They did not come out and give us any kind of oversight in terms of if school districts adopt a particular plan, the governor and the commissioner could put out an executive order that they stand by, they authorize local school districts to make the individual determinations of how best to implement these plans. That's what I want. So, sorry, that was a little bit of a rant. But again, you know, the frustration is I'm not a public health professional. I'm not trained in this. We're fortunate that we just we're just executing a contract with Dartmouth Hitchcock for a new school district position. So I wanted to let you know that. Dr. Carney, who worked with us for a long time, retired right before the pandemic hit. And Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center worked really hard to get us a replacement. I'd like to thank Craig Beck, who is a administrator at Dartmouth Hitchcock, who was able to make that happen. But so we've met with our new school district physician. We've shared our plans with her. We got her input on many of these kind of big topics. I think she's been in concurrence with us. But, you know, really, these decisions about moving between the phases that are left to local school districts with zero guidance. So I do want everyone to know we want kids to be in school, but it has to be safe. I want to have kids back, but I have to have a workforce. If I bring kids in too fast without the appropriate safety measures, I won't have a faculty to teach, which then means I end up paradoxically in a full remote endeavor. I've spoken with some other superintendents who have told me they want to open, but they fear that they're not going to have the workforce to be able to do it. So people who are frustrated that they think we're not opening fast enough, I would ask you, take a deep breath, have trust in us. We're going to go slow to go fast. If we try to do this too fast and too aggressively, we are going to screw it up. Something isn't going to work. We're going to have cases happen, and then the very thing that people didn't want becomes the only plausible reality, which would be to return to a full remote learning environment, which none of us want. It's not good for kids. It's not good for families. It's an incredible hardship for people who have young children and have to have childcare. This plan that we're presenting is an incredible hardship for families. I think back, my kids are older, but I think back when they were younger, to have the ability, and my wife and I don't have family that could help. We would have been in an incredible point of hardship if my kids were little. And I know that's many people's reality, many people. So I'm incredibly sensitive to that, but I would say hopefully through this priority return, if we're able to get more kids back quicker to help families, we want to do it. But what I don't want is to try to rush this. You're seeing and so let's think about what's happening right now in public education in New Hampshire. You're seeing some school districts that have already declared full remote. You're seeing some school districts that declared a full reopening and then got incredible pushback and are now rethinking that and looking at hybrid models. So I think the best course of action, we don't know what this virus is going to do. We don't know how it's transmitted in kids. When the state epidemiologist is using an example of 2 hairdressers to talk about how transmission is occurring or not occurring with masks, there is a serious lack of science around many of these pieces. So I do hope that our public health officials provide more guidance and support to school districts, because to put the burden of all of these decisions on us, you as elected officials and me as the superintendent, is troubling.
Yes. And nothing sadder than sick children that could have been avoided, you know.
I would say the only thing that's more sad than sick children that could have been avoided is adults that end up getting more sick because they were exposed to those children without the supports that they needed. So that's what we're trying to not have happen. We have to take care of our people.
Thank you. So Jared, I did see you, but Sam had his hand first. Thank you.
Good segue. That's my question is, so we got quite a few letters from teachers that are concerned, and it sounds like you have about right now something like 20% saying they may or may not be coming in, and it sounds like your plan is they can take a leave, or they have to come in, or you're addressing them individually. What is there another plan? Can they teach remotely?
So those are some of the logistics that we're working out, Sam. So when we start to identify the parents who are going to self-select that they will be remote only, in a perfect world, looking at people's certifications, we hope to be able to match those people up. I don't know what the numbers are going to look like. Certification needs come into play. High school is more complicated than elementary and middle school for this particular topic. School districts, superintendents have talked about sharing resources in that if Bedford had a number of kids that needed something and Goffstown did and Bow did, that maybe we do things together that we maybe haven't done in the past. So I think we're trying to be as creative and out of the box as we can. I don't want to have any teachers that have to make the decision that they need to resign or take a leave that they don't want to take. And so, for example, of the people who have self-identified, childcare is one of the biggest ones. So Mr. Gross and Mrs. McGrath have been working so hard with the why, and I don't know that Scott fully explained, and I don't want to get myself in trouble by saying more than I should, but in working with the why, they're deeply committed to making sure our teachers have that support of that service from the YMCA. So we've been out hustling and shaking that down. That could be on site in one of our buildings to make it even more advantageous for our staff. So we've communicated with the rec department in New Boston. We're trying to, as hard as we can, to support our teachers. If we have circumstances that teachers need to bring kids into buildings because they have young children that need, we're looking at a lot of those pieces. So we're trying to do as best we can to do right by our teachers. But at the end of the day, we need to have a workforce to be able to help open our schools. So I think the hard thing for this board is you have, I would see, a couple of options. You have our recommendation. You could make a choice for a full remote model. That would be the safest thing we could do from an exposure to COVID perspective. There are unintended consequences of that. There are equity pieces, as Mr. Perrin already pointed out, around people not being able to access meals, not being able to access essential services that schools provide. But if we did a full remote model, that would be the safest way to do it. I think given the level of community transmission and certainly the input from our chiefs, that's not what we're recommending. But I also want to say, we don't know what's going to happen. We see these schools open in Florida, and good luck to them, because being in a situation where you see the cases that they have down in some of those counties, and they're talking about opening those schools, I would not want to be an educator in any of those school districts. That is terrifying. So they're going to be open for 3 weeks before Labor Day even comes. I don't know what that's going to look like. 3 weeks of schools open in Florida, we may find out that transmission is occurring in very different ways than we currently have knowledge of.
Thank you. Sam, did that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, my question is just about that. I mean, you addressed it, but I'm not really thinking about teachers with little kids. It's more about health issues that they're worried about. And it could be that they live with older people or someone at risk.
I think
what are the
there's
parameters for that? or allowing them to stay home?
So through what Mrs. McGrath is doing is through the ADA interactive process, she's meeting with every single one of those people, looking at their unique circumstances. And then when the boards make decisions on what model of reopening you're in support of, we will get the data fast on how many remote only kids do we have. You know, we at this point, I kind of have a speculation based on the survey we did in June, but I don't know if people's minds have changed. I think and we do have a bit of a disagreement between what parents want and what educators want. And we're trying to find that balance between them. I've heard from a lot of parents this summer that have said strongly, open the schools 5 days a week, the kids are fine. I've heard it over and over and over. And while I understand that mindset, and I would love to be able to support that, we have to think about this as the employer of having a work environment that is sufficiently safe that I'm going to have the workforce I need to teach our kids. And that's the balance. I hope through this process that the families that really have a hardship, that we can help them. And I hope that the numbers will allow us to do it. I also think that community members are going to band together. You know, I certainly recognize that families are probably going to be in circumstances where they're sharing and providing childcare and taking turns and taking days. And that's a reality of the circumstances. So I hope that people who have true hardships are asking their neighbors for help, or asking their family for help. And it would be my hope that we can help them as best we can.
Thank you. Jared?
Thank you. I would echo Ms. McGrath and substitutes, since we were just talking about that. I know several members of our community that have advanced degrees that have stated that they would take and be a long-term substitute for the school system if they also had childcare, whether that through 5 days a week of schooling or other means. But a question that I had was specifically around device availability, what was listed under 2.1. I did receive some conversation from elementary and pre-K students and parents to ask, do we have availability for touch screens for our younger students? Because working a laptop at home isn't conducive to their learning style. And some of the purchases that we've made, do we have an opportunity where we could potentially get touch screens in front of our junior learners, if you will?
Mr. Bourget?
We do have a small quantity of touchscreen devices. We recently got donated from Coca-Cola 30 Android tablets, which are touch-based, which are on the docket to be rebuilt to go out for that age bracket.
Stephen, if you had further need for that age bracket, we still have some flexibility that we could potentially target some additional funds towards that.
Yes, I believe we do.
Jared, are you thinking like more the iPad as opposed to a laptop or a Chromebook?
Exactly, because I know that at least for some of the kids that I've seen in my own house or in my neighborhood, we have 24 kids in my block that are less than 10 years old. And so being able to do touchscreen work as part of any kind of hybrid or online activity would be very beneficial for their motor skills and for their usage. One of the questions that I have, and it goes back to required masks, what will be the policy, if any, on signage that will be used or can be used on masks that students would wear?
Signage within the building indicating that masks are required?
Signage as in what can they put on their masks?
Oh, yeah.
American flags, other flags.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Will we have any type of policy associated with that now that masks would be required?
So that's an interesting question. The administrative team, I might look in the other room and see if anyone from the high school might want to chime in. We have identified that we will have alterations to our student handbooks. This would be an example of something that would fall within that. Certainly nothing inappropriate, controversial would be accepted. So I wouldn't anticipate that someone would purposely come in with a mask that's inappropriate, but not unlike a t-shirt or something else. And there's very specific case law about our ability to restrict some of those articles of clothing that would be considered offensive. So there are cases that have gone all the way up to the Supreme Court on this. So that's something for us to think a little more about, but I would hope that during a global pandemic that as a community, we're gonna do what we have to do to keep ourselves and our friends and our neighbors safe.
If I may, I know that I'm jumping around the place, but from an academic standpoint, I know that tests and quizzes are usually given on the same day for students within the same grade or same classes. With us going to a hybrid model as being proposed, how would we keep the integrity of our tests to ensure that questions are not being shared with other students for the next day, or knowing that they couldn't take the test on Fridays because potentially they are actually at daycare on Friday. So I would like to understand a little bit more on how we're doing the integrity of testing, because we're no longer doing a pass-fail option associated with our learnings.
So I think I'm gonna respond to that briefly and then ask Mrs. McCann to chime in. I think we also, in this environment, need to think differently about the purpose of assessment. The purpose of assessment is evaluating what students have learned. And if we look at that from what we would identify as a growth mindset, we want kids to continue to learn, to grow, to develop, to increase their level of skill, their competency, based on what standards the educators, the teachers are setting. So part of me says, I think that kids should have the opportunity, if they didn't do as well on an assessment, to go back, to do some additional work, to relearn material where they were perhaps deficit, and then from an assessment perspective, to be able to potentially re-demonstrate their ability to be successful. But Kim, I'm gonna ask you to chime in on that about the integrity of the assessments.
Yeah, this continues to be an area that we're looking at, we're exploring. We've done a few different things. First, a great deal of our assessments are in a written format where we're really looking for students to be able to speak to their understanding in a more in-depth setting than a multiple choice question, for example. So also knowing that there's opportunity there for academic integrity issues, we are looking to add the Turnitin software that is used by a wide range of schools, colleges, universities across the country that allows both students and staff to filter their answers through software that will assess the original content that is in there. And we're continuing to fine tune our assessment practices, looking to move our testing forward, looking at what other online programs are out there. The College Board shifted all of their AP courses to an online format this past spring, looking at some of the practices they used as well as what VLAX does, quite honestly. They have a pretty robust system where students are assessed on a regular basis in a wide range of formats online, and looking to see what are lessons that can be learned there as well. And it's going to be a balancing act. We know that there are going to be times where we're going to want to assess students in front of us in a real-time, face-to-face setting. But at the same time, quite honestly, looking to balance how are we using that time when they're with us in the classroom, especially as we get started, if it is limited. I think we can all agree that we would not like to see walking down the halls that kids are coming in and they're going class to class and taking test after test after test, that we want that time interactive. And so as Brian talked about, also looking at how can we integrate and continue to fine tune our practices and look at a longitudinal development and processing of student growth over the course of the semester that they're in the class.
Thank you.
Heather?
Thank you, Wendy. So my question is for remote learning for Mountain View and the high school. I didn't hear a lot of talk about that. I know Mountain View has already sent out their team assignments. So if students choose to do 100% remote, how does that change with the teams? And as I understand, parents have a month to month to change their mind or reassess their situation. So how would that work with high school with the teachers if they're remote for 1 month and then decide to go back to school, or just trying to get clarification for that?
So before Kim answers that one, and Wendy may want to chime in.
Yes.
The ability for families to make the determination on a month-to-month basis that they want to be remote, that's something that I introduced. And I think some people, I've had some people who have perhaps struggled with that, but I've heard other school districts are requiring a choice for the entire semester. And that seems to be more consistent with what I'm hearing districts do. I just feel on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, the circumstances are so dynamic and ever evolving. To ask anyone to make a commitment of that magnitude for, until the middle of January is just something I'm not comfortable with. So I do think it's going to be logistically, it will create some challenges for us to be able to manage it. The default would be whatever you select, you're going to continue to be there unless you ask for a change. And then the change would occur at a certain point in time. So I do think we need to work some of those kinks out. But again, I think it's such a hard ask of families to select until January. There's so much that's, if you unplugged for 3 days, you'd come back and go, what happened? I had no idea. It's so dynamic. That was the rationale. But Kim or Wendy, do you want to chime in as well?
Sure. Why don't I go first, Brian? Heather, that's a great question. So yes, we do have team placements that have already been sent out to families. We did put a little bit of a disclaimer on there, letting families know that there is a chance that that could change, depending on what happens, not only with the vote this evening, but also when we get the numbers back of families that do choose to go into remote learning. As you know, we don't make our teams based on alphabet. So it is possible when we go and look, for example, if we go into that A to K, L to Z format, that some of the numbers may not work out by going team to team. The important thing to remember is that all of our teachers are going to be planning and preparing together. So even if a student, for example, is on team 7-3, they might actually be viewing a video that's made by a 7-2 or a 7-1 social studies teacher, for example, because they're going to be planning and creating all of these videos together. So especially, coming back in either a remote or a hybrid model, to be honest, team placement is not, I think, going to be as important as it would be if we were coming back fully traditional, because I know that a lot of the students seeing the same faces every day, being with their friends is vitally important. We're going to have to work on that regardless if it's in a connected, remote, or in-person lesson. But I think the other piece for us is what those remote numbers are going to look like. As Brian had alluded to earlier, it's much easier at the elementary level because of certification. So for us, for our 5th and 6th grade students, that I could have for example, 5th grade teacher who could teach all content areas. Certifications change when we get to 7th and 8th grade level, and it becomes a lot more complicated when we start looking at our students who are choosing remote, because everybody is content certified. So I need someone who's certified to teach social studies, to teach mathematics in that 7 to 12 cohort. So those surveys that Brian is going to be sending out are going to be critical for us to figure out what that remote option is going to look like, and figuring out if I have staff available based on those numbers to be able to just teach fully remote.
Thank you, Wendy.
Carrie?
Just a quick question. When you mentioned the split up of A to L and K to Z, I mean, this isn't something I'm sure you can easily solve if it needs to be. What popped into my mind was blended families.
Yeah, so I didn't really want to, I want to be careful. We're going to need to be flexible on that so that blended families are together. But I think the most important thing is I don't want people to say, my child's best friend is in Tuesday, Thursday, so therefore I'm going to try to get my kid changed to be in that group. So blended families, families that have unique circumstances or hardships, we're going to process on an individual basis, but we will not be making changes based on being with friends. And that's certainly something that we would expect. If we allowed it, there would be a lot of that.
Jared?
I might have missed it or it just flew over my head. I know that we're talking about the students with hybrid being on Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. The teachers, are they also only going to be in school 2 days a week?
No, the teachers would be on site 4 days a week for sure. On the 5th day, I'm leaving that discretion up to the building principals. So they may have activities or there could be special education meetings that they need to be on site. But I've given the principals flexibility that if teachers don't need to be on site, they won't have to be. And for some of our children, our families with young children, our teachers with young children, that's one less day that they potentially have to figure out childcare. So I think on that last day, Jared, we're gonna, certainly I've given the principals flexibility to make special accommodations for individual teachers, or it could be that those days the teachers can bring their children to school, they could be in their classroom. So we're definitely, the childcare piece is, it's a shared problem for us. We want to help solve it for teachers as best we're able to by doing things like procuring the spots in the Y program, letting them potentially have their own children in their classroom on Fridays, or being allowed to just work remotely on Fridays.
If I may follow, Ms. Chair. So if the teachers are in the class 4 days out of the week, and we have an outbreak, which is what we're trying to prevent, how does that actually prevent the transmission to children or other teachers? I've been, like you, Brian, and like everybody else on this board, I keep hearing, why are we not putting 5 days a week as an option? And if we have the teachers that are volunteering to come in to be in class, why are we not having those 5 days? I need to say it for my constituents and say that it should be an option that should be on the table, understanding a hybrid. But if we have teachers that are going to be designated to be in at least 4 days a week, why can we not have our students in for the same amount of time?
Well, the first piece is capacity. So if we had more space that we could, so Jared, the only way we could do that would be to eliminate any attempt at social distancing. So if we wanted to have kids in 5 days a week, all kids, anyone who wants to come, we would be in a situation where we would not have the capacity for social distancing in our classrooms. So first and one of the fundamental constructs of the CDC guidance is providing that opportunity for social distancing. So again, are there parents that want to send their kids to school 5 days a week? I know there are. I've heard from a lot of them over the last 3 months. We don't have the capacity to be able to do that. We don't have the space, and at this point, we wouldn't be able to do it safely.
Janine?
Just adding on to that, if we did something and brought our kids back to school and went against CDC guidelines, we could be liable. I mean, we'd have liability, right?
Well, liability is an interesting question for school board members to think about. And as many of us have participated in some of the reopening discussions that have been offered from some of the various agencies, such as the School Boards Association, that appears to be a question that I don't know I've sufficiently heard answered. If we purposely and intentionally did not follow the guidelines that are being provided to us from our public health officials. And Mr. Gross, I would welcome your thoughts on this based on your experience with risk management. I would say I do think we have considerable exposure.
as a school district, we would be.
As an employer, I would
Right.
position them.
Yes.
And I had another question, which I just forgot. Oh, yes. Now, I was in Hannaford last night, and the family in front of me, the lovely lady at the door, said, "I'm sorry, masks are mandated." And the family in front of me said, "We're not wearing those," and walked into the store anyway. How, if that should happen to the poor bus driver or the person at the door at school, how will that be handled and by whom?
Well, the first piece is, this is one of the more controversial elements around this, because people who don't believe in wearing masks, for whatever reason, and I'm not talking about people who have health considerations or anything physiologically that would restrict them from wearing a mask. There is no question in the guidance that is being provided to school districts that masks are being recommended by the CDC. The state of New Hampshire came short of mandating. I would argue they should support districts that do mandate, because I don't want to have disciplinary issues with this, and we would hope to sort of get people to come around to the fact that if you want to be in school, you're going to need to wear a mask. I will tell you that in the survey and the results that are on the website, we had a lot of people say, my kid won't wear a mask. If you require masks, we're pulling our kids out of school. I don't know what that means. That seems counterintuitive to me in some ways. If you're trying to have your child have as much normalcy as possible, maybe they're thinking they're going to pull their child out and pay to have them attend a private school that may not require masks. But I also think the debate on masks appears to continue to be shifting more towards the side of public health. When I see Walmart, Home Depot, a lot of these big companies that are now requiring masks, and some of them require them and don't enforce it. So Hannaford may require masks, but if they don't deal with people who don't wear them, and look at what's happened in our nation, folks. Someone went to a Dollar General that was requiring masks. The person didn't have it. The employee said, "You can't come in the store. It's store policy." That person went home, got a gun, came back and killed the employee. This is crazy. This happened. And there are more examples of people being in positions of enforcing mask mandates. New Hampshire does not have a mask mandate. I think we're the only state in New England that doesn't have one. But I would say our numbers, I think, are trending in the right place. So what will happen, Ginny? It's going to become disciplinary, or it's going to get to a point. I will tell you what other superintendents are saying publicly. If you won't wear a mask, not can't, different, won't wear a mask, you're welcome to choose remote learning, and we wish you well. So this would be an example of something that for me to mandate and enforce this is going to require the support of both boards. And short of the governor or the commissioner or other public health officials saying, we stand with the decisions of local school boards and local superintendents. And if they want to enforce that, they have the authority and the backing to do it of this office from the governor. That's what I'd like to see.
My thought is parents are making decisions. If we put forth they're required at Goffstown High School or Goffstown schools, and parents are making a decision on that recommendation that or mandate that we're putting out, it seems like it has to be followed because parents are making decisions, maybe partly based on that. So
I would also say if we didn't come out strong in requiring masks, I have no idea how many teachers would have an issue with that. My guess is a massive number of teachers. So again, protecting our employees, having the workforce and the capacity to do the work, the dangerous, complicated, hard work that's ahead of us. We have to have people on board. And it is important for teachers that kids have masks. This is part of the guidance that's been put out by the NEA New Hampshire, the National Education Association. This is part of what they're asking school districts to put in place, and I support that.
And I did like, oh, I'm sorry, can I just?
Well, so I just want to, I'm just being sensitive to time. I know you guys have another school board meeting afterwards. So I would just ask, did you finish your question? Tim has a question.
Well, I was going to say, you know, the board's had the floor for about 45 minutes. We still have constituents that have been dialed in. It's Monday night. You know, I think we should be respectful for the people's time here since it's a work night. I'd like to hear what the constituents have to say.
I think we all do.
Yeah, perhaps if we say the phone number and the call-in line.
Yep,
so
I was getting to that. We have a few items on the agenda prior to public comment. So I just want to make sure that no other board member has any comments. This is, I mean, there's a ton of information, but I think that it's important too that everybody gets to speak. Bill?
So I just had one thing to pick on a little bit. We already started talking about it, but I didn't really hear an answer. So let's assume that the state's not going to provide any guidance on moving through our phases. It sounds like the administration is proposing to start in phase 2 is sort of what it seems like.
At all schools except Glen Lake.
Okay.
So Glen Lake would be the only school that would open in that phase 1 more restricted environment.
Okay, so I guess I'm just trying to understand what are the objective criteria that we're using to move either to phase 3 or up or down a phase.
So some of the criteria would be the building capacity. So thinking about phase 1 at 25%, phase 2 at 50%, phase 3 at 75%. Another would be the cohort size groupings. So back in March, we were looking at group sizes restricted to 10 or less. So that would mean in a classroom, I couldn't have more than 10 individuals. So that would mean I would have a capacity of 9 children, 9 students, and 1 adult. So when we go from a grouping of 10 to a grouping of, say, less than 50, that allows me to get to a group size where I might have a class that's 15 kids plus a teacher. So they're still able to maintain social distancing. Looking at phase 1 being strict 6 or more feet of social distancing at all time between all individuals. Phase 2 is more in that 3 to 6 foot spacing, which is what Massachusetts is recommending. And again, there are some states that have done a really great job with providing guidance to school districts. Massachusetts has had a lot of, I think, good, thoughtful information. And then when you think about moving into that phase 3, we're looking at larger sizes. You're potentially looking at gatherings of greater than 50. So that means you might have the ability to do assemblies or smaller assemblies, some of those kinds of things that you don't have a cap of 50 on those cohort sizes, and looking at more in that 3 foot spacing as opposed to 3 to 6 feet. It's just about the capacity of classrooms. So if we're trying to have a strict 6 foot guidance, there are only so many kids I can put in a room depending on where the room is. So again, are there definitive quantitative metrics that I've been given by public health to say this is how you determine the movement between your phases? There are not. But certainly the return to school criteria that we reviewed a little earlier back from several months ago, I think we had a lot of those pieces already. It had to do with stabilization of cases. If we see cases on the local level that are starting to spike, that may mean, in working with our public health officials and our local first responders, that we're seeing a spike in Goffstown and New Boston. We need to slow down and throttle back and move back to a more restrictive phase. So the whole premise of saying it's a local decision is we need to look and monitor the data locally. There are no percentages in terms of infection rates. There should be the capacity to do testing, accurate, rapid testing and contact tracing. There should be capacity in hospitals. If we're seeing spikes and surges in hospitals, school districts should be potentially considering, again, going back to a more restrictive phase. So I can, if board members would like, I can try to see if we can put down, I tried to give you sort of my criteria as I'm thinking about the different phases and what the movement between them would look like. But I do think it's an imperfect science. I would love to be given what those metrics are from public health.
Well, so I agree with that. I mean, I would just hate for it to be, emotion driven and what's on TV. I mean, so you talked about moving back to phase one if cases are rising. I mean, that sort of makes sense to me, but how do we move to phase three? Because I don't know how you get much lower than, 2 cases in your town, right? Is it when we get
but I would say, first of all, the way you get to phase 3 is that we do phase 2 correctly. So I would rather open schools, be a little slower and more methodical and purposeful, particularly given the overcrowding at the elementary level that we have in all of our elementary schools. If things go well, we continue to do a good job, then we're going to open it up and get more kids back in. And that would be the time that we would kind of move into that phase 3. And certainly, if and when there's a vaccine, I would say if we have widespread vaccination occurring, then we're back to a normal opening.
So you're basically, we try out phase 2 for, I don't know, however many months, nothing bad happens. That's what you're.
And I think for Goffstown High School can move to phase 3 faster than the other schools are going to be able to because they have more space. So I think that by level, but we don't want to create an unintended consequence that we have a high school kid who's now in school more days than the younger sibling who now doesn't have an older brother or sister to watch them. So there are a lot of complicated pieces, but I think in general, our hope is to get kids back as much as we can, but we have to do it right. We have to do it slowly to make sure that everyone knows what's expected of them, that we have teachers and support staff on board. I can't emphasize enough that if we come in, or I came in with a recommendation of no masks, limited social distancing, more kids in classrooms, I don't know that I would have a workforce to be able to do this plan.
Thank you.
Is everybody okay? My computer battery is no longer working. I just want to make sure that anybody on Zoom.
I've been checking on Dan and Janelle.
Okay.
Susanna had to.
Thank you. Okay, so if everybody's all set, I'm going to move on. Jared?
Just as a question to the administration, I know that we're saying that high school can go faster to phase 3, which is great. The question I would have is, have we thought about movement of grades into different schools?
Yes.
Because I know that our older students may be able to stay at home by themselves versus our younger students.
One of the models that we considered was opening Goffstown High School in an exclusively 100% remote only model and putting elementary school students here at Goffstown High School. We have over 70 classroom spaces that we could potentially use. We could have, we may not have the staff to do it, but we could separate kids, we could have more space. We talked about that. I think there were a lot of concerns developmentally that little kids are coming into a giant school they've never been at before. There aren't little toilets, there aren't, all of the stuff that our primary children would expect and we would want to nurture in their own social emotional development. We did consider, one of our options was to not reopen Goffstown High School. And again, the equity of those high school kids, now that, they're not getting maybe the experience that they should, but we did consider that.
And just to continue on, I would look at, take the 4th graders, put them at the middle school, take the 7th and 8th graders, put them in the high school, for instance. That way you can have gradual steps and just say, instead of grades 1 through 4, for Goffstown, come to the high school. That way you can have that parity of those specific needs for our students. I'm glad that you thought about it, Brian, and I'm sure that you'll continue to look at that if appropriate.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on, and our time is fleeting. So I do need a motion to grant continued authorization to the superintendent under the superintendent's emergency authorization plan for COVID-19 as a temporary regulation to policy EBCF, pandemic, epidemic emergencies, and to grant the superintendent or his designee authorization to respond at his discretion to changing public health circumstances and to allow the superintendent the ability to modify or adapt board policy with an update provided at the next successful SAU board meeting.
I'll move. Okay, good. Second.
Rob, thank you. And Ellen, you're seconding that?
Yeah.
All those in favor, I need to take roll call. I apologize. Heather?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Retta?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Jared?
No, only because I had a question.
So you had, I'm sorry.
We're already under vote, so I vote no.
I apologize. Ellen?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Dan? I'll come back to him. Sam?
Yes.
Janelle?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dan?
You lost. Muted.
Okay, and,
Oh, wait. No, he's still muted.
and Wendy, yes.
And did you get Janelle?
I did. She said yes. Okay. The next, I need a motion to authorize the business administrator to continue pay bills as we have been doing for the past number of months through the next successful board meeting.
So moved.
Tim, is there a second?
Who's second? Go for it.
Rob seconds. Are there any questions, discussion?
No, I'm good with this one because it says the next successful board meeting, so this actually has an expiration of authority, which we did not give to the superintendent for the last motion.
So it did say it at the next successful board meeting.
Yes, we did.
No, the previous motion was to provide an update, not to provide continued assurance of that authority. That's why I voted no.
Okay. So I'll take roll call again. Heather?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Retta?
Yes.
Ginny?
Yes.
Bill?
Yes.
Jared?
Yes.
Ellen?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Thank you. Sam?
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Janelle?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And Wendy, yes. Okay, thank you. So next, we're going to move to public comment. There are a few people, I believe, in queue. So I think I have a couple names here, so bear with me. Keith Prevey is on the line.
Yeah, so I have Keith, I can open up his microphone 1 second.
So hold on, while you're doing that, Scott, I'm just going to just state again, the public is asked to call 603-766-5646 with the participation code of 685562. If you wish to make a public comment, please wait for the instructions and press *9. You will be unmuted and then you will need to state your name and address prior to making your public comment. Please keep comments brief, 2 minutes, and all speakers are to conduct themselves in a civil manner, please. So Keith?
Hi, thank you. Hi.
Could you just state your name, your full name and your address, please?
Sure. Keith Greedy, 5 Orchard Road in New Boston.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I just want to say, I certainly understand the amount of effort and time and consideration that the boards and the administration and the faculty and staff have put into this endeavor. And certainly, all the time and effort that they've been putting into it since March. And I applaud the effort entirely. That being said, I do think these boards need to remain cognizant of a few facts that, you know, certainly I think should drive the motivation and your consideration when voting to put a plan into place. You know, I've been watching and listening to this particular meeting the last 4+ hours, and my frustration level has grown slightly throughout it, mainly because of my personal connection to the school. I mean, as many of you are aware, a very significant amount of my family works in the Goffstown and New Boston schools and attends the Goffstown and New Boston schools. And what's frustrating to me is watching what's happening tonight. There is a huge amount of information being thrown out tonight and put before the board and put before the public. And I think the board particularly needs to take more time than holding votes tonight and tomorrow as to what the plan should be. Time to digest and consider. And I understand there's a competing interest there to get information out to the community so people can start planning. But as I'm watching, we're 4 hours into a meeting where these plans have been outlined, and you know, board members are still asking questions about what days of the week teachers will be in school. And again, I fully understand it is a ton of information, but to now move to voting on a plan or a process without giving the board the proper time to digest and consider all the ramifications that, you know, come with voting on one of these plans seems folly to me. Plus, I mean, I think you're looking at plans that put first, second, third, fourth graders into a classroom of 10 to 13 students sitting at desks for extended periods of time wearing masks. And I'm watching the meeting tonight, and you have rooms set up where you don't have 10 to 13 board members in a room. You have board members and other people who have to get up to stretch and move around, and you have board members not wearing masks. And I just feel that if you have, you know, adults who are aware of the health consequences and the risks of taking these actions and still choose to ignore them or, you know, just have to, you know, move around or whatnot, I don't understand how you can possibly expect to be asking first, second, third graders to be doing this for 6 to 7 hours a day in a classroom. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Lancaster.
Hi, good evening.
Scott, could you just state your full name and your address, please?
Oh, sorry about that. Scott Lancaster, 15 Maple Ave.
I'm sorry, what number Maple Ave?
1515 Maple Avenue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I understand the reluctance to open schools in phase 3 currently, but to me, this really does appear to be based more on fear of the unknown than on the science as currently known. Community spread of COVID-19 in the SAU catchment area is basically non-existent at this point, and it has been so for months. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines allow for greater than 10 people in a space. And with the use of masking, the risk of transmission is significantly decreased. 2 days a week in a classroom with remote learning 2 days a week is not based on educational science or literature and really isn't supported by the current SARS-CoV-2 numbers in the area. The idea of using the high school for elementary education that the superintendent just brought up near the end of his statement was interesting though. The high school educators have really good online experience. They understand the pedagogy of online education, but I fear that is lacking at the lower grade levels. Truly, it'll take months to create robust learning opportunities in a remote environment. We saw what happened in the spring when we rushed to an online learning, especially for our elementary school students. That pedagogy takes a long time with professional development and robust instructional design to make really good courses, and I fear that is being lost with less than a month to go before we start schools again. The option of using the high school most vulnerable learners in our community to achieve a real education. 2 days a week in person and 2 online days not seem to be a great learning model. I understand the hesitance of the superintendent going to phase 3 immediately. However, and respectfully, I do not feel this is based on the health sciences known today. Again, I understand that the state has given limited guidance, but perhaps that is due to the fact that the spread of the virus in this area is nearly non-existent and really statewide has been at extremely low numbers for months now. If you're going to follow the best health and pedagogical guidance, I would strongly urge the SAU board to consider going to a phase 3 opening, at least at the elementary school and middle school levels immediately. Those students are vulnerable, the families are vulnerable, and this 2-day-a-week and online learning just did not work in the spring, and I fear it will not work and our students will fall behind in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more caller. Caller, I don't have your name, so if you could state your name and address, please.
John Covellis, 44 Acorn Drive.
I'm sorry, could you spell your last name?
Yep, Covellis, Pilvelis.
Thanks so much.
And when I'm calling, thank you for taking my call. I really want to thank the board and for giving me the opportunity to speak on this. And I just really want to extend that support that the other callers had on the high school opening for the middle school students. I think it's something that I really want to make sure that it is brought up several times, as I think that is probably the best model. I do understand the concerns of new students having that unique environment, but let's be honest, online learning, remote learning for little kids is a unique experience and a different set of surroundings, wearing masks and things of that nature. I think to solve the teacher shortage, as Superintendent had mentioned, that could be resolved by, there's certainly going to be people that are going to absolutely refuse to send their kids to school. We can respect their wishes by offering them online remote learning and clearing up the space for students to go to school. If we're worried about space, even if there is a larger capacity, there's really no reason to have the students move from class to class, as teachers could be the ones moving from class to class. That would cut down on the possibility of transferring, obviously, the disease if it does come out. Plus, it would limit the amount of exposure to other areas. Again, these are just simply my thoughts on it. I just really hope the board offers or considers that as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Scott, I believe there were 2 emails that came in.
Yes, I can read them if you'd like.
That would be great if you could.
All right. I don't have an address for these individuals, but they are New Boston parents, Jeff and Tanis, Tanis Robinson. And I'll read it. Good evening. I want to start with saying I appreciate how much thought is being put into keeping our children safe. However, I have multiple concerns. First, is anyone considering the parents in this plan? The state is open, people are working and have to work. How do you as a district propose we have our children home multiple days a week for remote learning and still work our full-time jobs? Not everyone has the option to work from home. Second, during the school board meeting, it was said, quote, we aren't asking parents to teach children, but set aside time so students can complete the work that they were taught the day before in the classroom, end quote. But then it was said, quote, teachers won't be available on at-home days so they can help the children in the classroom, end quote. So if this is true, then I am teaching my child the multiple days a week she is home, except that I work and that is not negotiable. Third, we pay a significant amount of school taxes in this town for our children to be part of this great school district, but in order to pay those taxes, we need to work. And I don't think that there are only dual income families in New Boston. With this proposed plan, there is no way possible to do remote learning more days a week than the teacher who is getting paid by my taxes, work a full-time job, and still continue to live in this town. I know for a fact we are not the only parents with these concerns. not to mention the transportation stipulations, canceling my child on the bus if she doesn't use it for a certain number of days, before and after school care brainstorming, being set up for faculty. But the New Boston Rec Department has had a waiting list in the past for families for before and after care. And the YMCA, how much more is that going to cost for before and after care? We look forward to your responses, Jeff and Tanis Robinson.
Thank you, Scott. So I just want to remind to everybody that public comment isn't typically a back and forth. It's just to take public comment. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
There was one more, and this was I don't think we ever received the first email from this person, and his name is George Taylor, and I believe he is also a New Boston Central School parent, Alex Taylor. This is in addition to my first email. What phase are we in, and what makes the decision to advance? Is it just some person's arbitrary judgment, or is it some other factor? And that was the comment that was made. And Wendy, that was it for folks that are waiting online and for the written comments that were sent in.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to close public comment. Next on the agenda is other business that may legally come before the board. And Brian, I think
Yeah, just very quickly, Scott and MC, we had wanted to just very quickly speak to the grant assurances.
So this is something that we do annually. If you remember in April, I typically report out on the grant, the entitlement grant allocations to you. We didn't have them. I told you I'd have them in June. We did not have them again in June. So Scott, if you could pop them up there, please, so that you.
It would be Steve.
Steve. And this needs
Scott, I'm going to transfer it back over to you because I don't have those.
Okay.
So this to be done annually because it is part of the requirement for the signing of the general assurances for the SAU. And we have already done this at New Boston, and New Boston has taken care of that. And this evening, we're going to ask Goffstown just to do the same thing. So if we show you all the numbers, then we can just mention it during the Goffstown meeting.
All right, just bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm going to get it. We did it in New Boston, so it's the same exact one. So just I'll get it to you in a second. All right, and the moment you've all been waiting for.
Keep going, going. There you go. So there's your federal 21 grant allocations for Goffstown. Just over $1 million, including IDEA and preschool. And for New Boston, just over 200,000. New Boston does not receive Title III funds. Those are for English language learners. And New Boston doesn't have enough students to qualify.
It was just a notification, right?
So that was just the notification. See, we're good with that.
Notification, guys. Thank you. We just need to have it in the minutes in order to be able to get the assurances executed. Thank you.
Thank you. No non-public.
Nope. Before we sign off, Madam Chair, we might want to take a little bit of a break before we start the Goffstown meeting. So I might defer to Mrs. Trapez if you want to maybe just let people know that we're going to maybe take a 5 or so minute break before we reconvene the Goffstown meeting, if that continues to be the board's pleasure.
Yeah, I think everybody needs a break, about 5 minutes. The public will be back in 5 minutes. Don't disconnect. We're coming back, but we need to take a break.
So before we do, go ahead, Jared.
I was going to make the motion, but go ahead.
So we do need to adjourn this meeting to move on to the next. So I'll just need.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the SAU meeting.
Thank you. Tim, seconds. And I'll do roll call. One last time, Heather,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Retta,
Yes.
Ginny,
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Jared,
Yes.
Ellen,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
Dan.
Yes.
Thank you, Sam,
Yes.
Janelle.
Yes.
Thank you, Rob,
Yes.
Wendy, yes.